Shout out to you, Sheree. Shout out to Eugene. I'm actually shocked Sheree is here right now. I don't know if there's another stream going on. And I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, I am messed up. It's 110% my neck, both arms this time. I mean, what makes it worse is my lower back's already jacked. Like, I jacked that up a little while ago. So I woke up today and it was like I might as well have been holding on to a live wire. Just couldn't even move. Immediately got in a hot tub. And we have a jacuzzi tub. So got that as hot as I could stand. And yeah, but my hands aren't working right. So their painting is kind of out of the question. Even gaming is kind of out of the question right now. I'm jacked up. Just no two ways about it. And I was like, hey, maybe this is a sign. Maybe I need to take a night off. Maybe I just need to shut up and let everybody, do their thing, watch whatever they want to watch and everything else. And then I started thinking about things. And I realized there's people out there that are hurt way worse than me. As a matter of fact, I'll probably look up dude's video here in a little bit because I figured the easiest thing I can do, since all I've got basically is my voice, since the hands don't work right, um, I can do something simple on camera. So I do have the camera hooked up. But the old GAM catches up sign, the one with all the lights on it and everything else, the way the LEDs were run is terrible, horrible. And I bought a strip of LEDs, and I figure I can set all that up. Should be easy, straightforward enough that I can do it. Doesn't matter how banged up I am. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to rewire that, make it pretty. Then I'll take the old LEDs, and because they're not useless, I think I'll take the hardcore printed one or hard coded printed one sign that I have, and take the old LEDs, maybe use some Gorilla Glue, and get those tacked onto the old one. So that one has lights too, just to be a fancy goof, I guess you could say. But yeah, there's a guy that I follow, and his name is Patman. And shout out to him. I'm going to be showing his channel tonight. I always I make fun of people for this one, but I legit thought to myself, what is the laziest? Nothing's working right with you, and you got your mouth and everything else. What could you do? Oh well, just do what a lot of other streamers do and show you other people's crap. And that's why I say that's like the laziest form of entertainment. Is hey, take a look at this video. Hey, take a look at it. So, but it's only a couple clicks and takes a couple seconds. But what really went through my head is Patman. He when I show you, because I will look up the news file on him. He reviews old video games, stuff like this, goes bowling, all this stuff. And when you see the condition this man's in, um, it's going to shock you because I'm just spoiler alert, but he's not in the best of health. But then I also, other things went through my head. Shout out to her, Stranded. She watches my show all the time and watches me stream almost every time, if not every time I go live. She listens to the replays, everything else. She gets up and goes to work every day and breaks her ass. And I'm sitting here and I'm talking on a microphone. So the least I could do is get on this microphone and talk. I don't know if it's going to be entertaining. I don't know how fun it's going to be. I mean, we can cover some woo woo and all that kind of stuff and talk about, Don Lemon getting called a dick to his face, things like this. Um, some fun stuff, but it's at least something. And, it, I think even my wife would look down on me if I didn't have some kind of warrior spirit to me. So no matter how hurt I am, as long as my mouth's working and my brain's working, well, might as well do something, right? And amazingly, Bubba's here for it. Stranded's here for it. Eugene's here for it. Swear, I thought you had another stream or something, Sheree, you got to be at, but maybe that hasn't started just yet. So I got to at least throw something out there, right? Even if it's an hour or two, which I always say that, and it goes 4 or 5. But I owe it to you guys who tune in. Like I've got, it looks like what 5 people watching right now. It's because you guys. Like I gotta push through it. I gotta make my mouth run. And I, even though I know you guys understand and all that kind of stuff, um, I feel that I owe it to you in a way because you guys are always good to me. Always smash that like. You guys are all subscribed. You're always in the chat having conversations. Hell, even if it's just you guys having conversations and I shut up for the night, well, I gave you a place to hang out, so that works, right? Thank you, Sheree. I appreciate you. Yeah, you're the greatest mods on these interwebs, and you and I talk. Sheree and I talk behind the scenes, so Sheree knows when I'm really, really banged up, and when I'm just like, maybe I should take a break or whatever, and she can tell you I'm banged up. And shout out to her because she didn't have to even drop in here just to say hi. She could come in later, whatever. She's still the greatest mods on these interwebs. But it just shows her dedication, devotion, and just how good of a mod she is that she's in 2 places at the same time, basically. Oh, but anyway, let's damn, I really wanted to work on Freddy tonight. Let's go to the old bench here. And this is the GAM catches up sign that I'm going to be completely rewiring tonight. Now, as you can see, and this sign was expensive, believe it or not. Basically, I think the engraving cut out. The wife got it for me as a present. Um, I am beyond disappointed with, like, you can even see like the LEDs coming off the back, all that stuff. This LED strip. I'm just gonna take that off real quick the rest of the way. Because yeah, but all we got is a base metal sign. This is the plastic one that I was talking about, and I'm pretty sure I glue this in place. Use a little Gorilla Glue, reseal it around here like this. Even if it's got a loop back on itself, yeah. I can make this one light up too, or give it the light up edge. So, like I said, those LEDs, this little switch right here, this little USB. See if I can't get it where it focuses on it. You can see right in here, this little sensor actually interacts with one of these remotes. And this cost, I think it was like $15 or $20, but I got 6.5 feet of these LEDs. And this is what I'm going to use on the back of this sign, basically all the way through the sign, just wrapping back and forth. And we should have solid color at that point. I'm actually half tempted to go out and buy one of the bigger footages of these LEDs. And the reason why, let me plug it in real quick. All right, we got power to the LEDs. And if I go here and press on, if I press on, there we go. So we can go through color schemes. We should be able to go through color schemes. Yeah, there we are. All right, I got yellows, greens, blues, nice and bright. But I was thinking about doing these actually across the entire desk underneath and then doing a plastic covering over it because I can hit the cool, I can hit the soft, and then I can also hit the white, and I can light up all behind. Like we'll take Freddy here if I'm painting Freddy. So the LED will actually like shine light back there underneath them, and I think it could give a cool effect. That's one I'm going to debate, but that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be putting that on here. Yeah, stranded. It's okay. I can tell you at least the 8 other people watched the replay of it though, because it's gotten more views since it went up. I don't know if people are putting it on as background noise because old Smurf jumped in last night and yeah, he had to have a talk and stuff, and wanted to play some Valheim. Yeah, and yeah, as far as like Hassan and all them, they're larping because they don't want to be completely disowned because the woke ideology is wounded and hurt, and everything that's happened with Charlie Kirk is it basically going into its death throes, but don't think it's going to die and go away. It's either going to change form, but it's always going to be around. Stuff will get better and everything else. I have thoughts, a lot of thoughts actually, on the whole Kimmel thing with him getting fired, but they're at that point where they don't want to lose everything they have from doing basically raging clickbait from a left point of view. There's people on the right who do it too. Don't get that mistaken. It's a balanced thing. People do this rage clickbait because anger and strife seem to get more likes than people that actually want to throw something good out in this world. It's disgusting to me, but that's just the way things are. But yeah, I mean, going into it like the Kimmel thing, right? Um, he So the whole thing is, I don't think he's not actually fired. He's going to be suspended, and they're going to bring him back. And he's going to come back. I don't see them canceling his show completely. I see them bringing him back, and I think part of this is because Trump appointed somebody new to the FCC. Well, behind the scenes, business wise, Sinclair and oh God, what's the other company? Oh, when you're hurting, your brain slows down a little bit. But it's Sinclair and whoever their parent company is. They're doing a deal right now to buy like 64 broadcast stations. Oh God, that's got to get shut off. I hooked up a secondary browser behind the scenes, and it's throwing out those notifications like that, and that's going to drive me nuts. I got to silence notifications on this PC. But yeah, let me see. Manage notifications. Let me shut that down real quick. You can go off, sir. Thank you. All right. Um, but the whole thing is the FCC has been kind of threatening them behind the scenes, from what I understand, about closing that deal. So they could be dicks and block that deal. Kimmel coming out and saying what he did, he said shit at the wrong time because now you've drawn the eye of Sauron is looking dead on you and going, hey, you know what? Maybe we're just not going to let your deal to buy these stations go through. So they took action immediately. I don't think they had altruistic reasoning behind it or any of this kind of stuff. I think it was more of a business decision. I think we're going to see Kimmel back on the air eventually. And I think Kimmel will play ball because he knows where his bread's buttered. But yeah, I'll give it right up till maybe a month after that deal closes. I would not be shocked to see Jimmy Kimmel back on TV, guys. And yeah, Sheree said it. The other thing is, even if he's not, he was declining in viewership. His contract's up at I think the end of next year, if I remember reading correctly. So when you're breaking that down, it's like, yo, you bring in a little bit of money every month. I think it was like $6 million. But if they're paying them $20 million to do the show, well, offsetting costs, everything else, then he's not bringing in a big chunk of change. Like I think Gutfeld is like quadruple or 10 times the amount of people watch Gutfeld or something. And, he's not bringing in that big of a paycheck, but he still has a following. The funniest part is that, Disney, who owns everything or is over ABC and all this, they turn and that is Sinclair under ABC. That's right. And Nextel. That's the other company. But now the left's calling for, blocking Disney or, boycotting Disney. And it's like, okay, you're going to play stupid games and win stupid prizes because now all these movies they had in production, if they were already kind of eliminating a bit of the woke content from them, are going to be like, oh, you guys aren't going to buy our stuff anyway? Well, we might as well cater to the fans that, are actually going to spend money now and switch our content up to them and just take this woke messaging crap out and just throw it out the window. What's up, E Rock? Hopefully you're feeling good, brother. You know, you've been in a lot of people's thoughts, a lot of people worried about you, and good to see you here. Hopefully you are dealing as best you can. But yeah, the Kimmel thing, I mean, Donald Trump tweeting out, ha ha ha, all that, I didn't like that. If I'm being honest, it was like, don't gloat. There's such a thing as being a poor winner. Um, and you take the victory and you just walk on. Sometimes you go, yeah, that sucks. But, his ratings were failing and, I didn't really care for him myself, but hey, best of luck to him in the future. You can be the bigger man. I think most of you guys, well, the ones that were tuned in for most of the stream last night, I kind of covered a crap ton of stuff because it was an 11-hour stream. So, talking with Smurf, talking with you guys, sometimes your mouth just runs and runs and runs. Let me look behind the scenes real quick, see what I got queued up. So I queued up a video. Oh, okay. So shout out to Forbes Breaking News. This is actually on their YouTube. You can go watch it. I'm giving them, credit here. Hopefully they don't hit me with a copyright strike because I will be showing video tonight. Um, this was an interesting exchange, and there was one part of it that I'm really worried about. I'm not really worried about the answer to this question, but as we all know, Cash Patel went before oh God, the House Judiciary Committee, and they got to ask him questions. And some of them were douchey questions, all that kind of stuff. But the one guy I was really interested in hearing from was Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey read into the record this question, and I thought it was kind of interesting and something that I would love to hear. My wild crew of misfits. I would like to hear you guys tell me who you think these people are that he is speaking about. All right, let's see if I can get this crap working right. And here we go. Yeah, it looks like I've got the video up on the screen. Somebody tell me if you can hear the video.
In plain sight. And Acosta is quoted in here saying, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence.
Can you guys hear that? Like, could you guys hear him starting to read? Thank you, Sheree. Awesome. All right, here we go. So he starts asking, there's questions about Epstein being intel agency.
And to leave it alone. The second document is entitled What Epstein's Bodyguard Warned About His CIA Connections. The third document is from Fox Digital. It's titled Epstein's Private Calendar Reveals Planned Meetings with Obama Admin Official CIA Chief. And the last document is Wall Street Journal article that highlights Ehud Barak's 36 meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He was the former Prime Minister of Israel and head of military intelligence.
Okay, so he just read into the record the different accusations about Epstein possibly being an intel asset. You guys need the volume up a little bit. You want me to see if I can adjust that? Let me see. Desktop audio, mic audio. Where are you? Oh, of course it's not going to show me the window capture audio, right? You bastards. Let's see. E-Rock, as far as us watching reaching out, no worries, brother. No worries at all. Let me see. Does this switch that back on, or does that kill that? Ooh, how come that? It's like that went away. Oh, that ain't good. You son of a. There it goes. Don't know why it shut down like that, but whatever. Bring that back up. Let me see. If I hit play on that, will it?
For Israel. It may have held that title when he met Epstein, and then, yes.
Without objection, the gentleman will hold for a second. The gentleman from
I'm
Maryland.
turning up the volume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one UC request. This is Judge Engelmeyer's decision from August in U.S. versus Epstein, stating the government's 100,000 pages of Epstein files dwarfs the 70-odd pages of Epstein grand jury materials.
All right, so that's Jamie Ratskin, or Ratfink, as I like to call him. He actually has hair again. He was wearing that do-rag to cover up the fact he got implants. Supposedly he had brain cancer or some kind of cancer, and that's why he was wearing the do-rag. I'm not buying it because he came back with a full head of hair. But yeah, trying to interject, and I don't know why he's trying to interject. Like, you may be on the opposite political spectrum, but I think when we're talking about kid diddlers, that's an everybody thing, or should be an everybody issue that shouldn't be left or right. But here we go.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, I watched some of your Senate hearing yesterday when Senator Kennedy asked you, you've seen most of the files, who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these women to besides himself? You replied, according to the transcript, there is no credible information that he trafficked them to anyone else. You also said somewhere in the hearing and here today that the problem is that the case files are constrained by limited search warrants from 2006 to 2007, and that the non-prosecution agreement hamstrung future investigations. Those constraints only apply to Southern District of Florida. They do not apply to Southern District of New York, the location of the 2019 sex trafficking indictment, which produced many things, including a series.
Okay, so right there, he just basically called bullshit on Kash Patel and said, yeah, okay, you're citing Florida law, but New York, where all this stuff was seized, that does not apply. So you are bullshitting, sir. And now he is going to list off different people, like coming here soon, that supposedly are in the documents that, these unfortunate women were, and children were supposedly, allegedly trafficked to. And this is where I want you guys' help, because let's see if we can name who you think these people are.
Of FD 302 documents, according to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, These documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to, victims including minors, such as Virginia Roberts Ufree, may she rest in peace. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one.
Okay, so one Hollywood producer worth $100 million. Who? I mean, granted, we could probably throw a dart at a board, but you know, we're just throwing this out there and we're playing a guessing game and having a little fun with this. Who do you think that Hollywood producer worth $100 million is? I'll take all your guesses. And yeah, we are here for you. And Stranded, like, thank you. You are one of the main voices in my community. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this show is, everything I do here. Again, it's built so people like you have a place to go and hang out and enjoy each other. You think it's Spielberg? That's that's actually a pretty good, damn good call in my opinion. Spielberg sounds like that could be a winner. Weinstein? Yep. Weinstein would make complete sense too. We already know he is a pervy dude and had the casting couch going. So Spielberg would be a little bit more surprising, or like, oh my goodness, Steven Spielberg, right? But maybe he's been diddling people and that's why he hasn't made, a lot of good movies lately. Um, yeah, see the last Indiana Jones movie if you want to know what I mean about not making good movies lately. Weinstein, yeah, could be Weinstein. You think it's Weinstein too, E-Rock? Weinstein's cooked. Yeah, Weinstein's cooked. Um, I mean, that's just it. Those are two of the big ones right there, right? Jerry Bruckheimer. What about him? Think it's possible it's him, Bruckheimer. Possibility. No possibility. Running Disney right now is Bob Iger. I think it's Bob Iger again. There's another guy that was in there in between, and yeah, he got clipped out, and then Bob Iger came back, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's see, Bubs, that's the problem, right? It could be anyone because Hollywood is just a place of, in the immortal words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, you'll never find a bigger hive of scum and villainy anywhere else in the galaxy. Like, just no lie there, right? Yeah, it's, if guys like Corey Feldman, Corey Haim to be believed, a lot of the child actors, it's it is. It's just as depraved as we all think it is. But all right, so we got a movie producer worth 100 million, and our leaderboard is um, Weinstein and Spielberg. Here we go.
One high-profile individual in the music industry, one.
One high profile individual in the music industry. Could that refer to Diddy? Well, Charlie Sheen's Charlie Sheen. He's an actor. He's not really like that's his whole thing, right? But yeah, one high profile person in the music industry, and my mind went right to Diddy as soon as he says that. That's kind of where I land on it. That makes sense. You know, Diddy did the freak offs, did all that weird stuff, and now we know about all that. This is from what 2016 or whatever, from a New York case. So we're looking back in a time machine here and trying to figure people out. Possibly Jay Z. Um, I mean, most of the stuff Jay Z, I don't really care for him as a person, but that one's there's credibility to it, but not as much in my opinion as Diddy. That's just me though. Yeah, you have no, he's in jail. Like Dr. Dre. What about Dre? Possibility of him. You know, I'm thinking of people that are billionaires too, not just millionaires, but billionaires, and like Dre's made billions. Like maybe he went there and was like da ba da ba da. It's me, the D O double G. Like had Snoop hanging out. Rebs, what's up, my roving reporter? We're playing Guess the Pedo from the Epstein files and the Thomas Massey questioning of Cash Patel the other day, because he's going through files and some of the accusations against people that are not named. First one was a movie producer that is worth over $100 million. The second one is a profile individual in the music industry. I can't see Dre doing it either. I think Dre is more about the good stuff. I got to throw another name out there other than Diddy, because immediately Diddy's the person who comes to mind when it comes to that stuff. And yeah, Jay Z is a good call too, because he's definitely had some accusations leveled. I mean, he's fought them off, but he's definitely had them leveled. Rebels like all of them. Yeah, we kind of covered that with the other part of things. If I'm being quite honest, we covered that with the movie industry. It was just like, oh yeah, which producer isn't? Like could be any of them. Snoop isn't involved. That was a joke. Stranded. I would be. I would be. I would lose a little faith in humanity. I'm not going to lie. If Snoop was involved, because he doesn't seem like that guy, like at all to me. He does seem like just the guy who wants to get baked and hang out. Funny thing about Snoop, he once said that there is one man on this planet that can outsmoke him, and has smoked him under the table where he didn't want to smoke anymore. Yeah, and you guys know who that man was? I agree with you 1,000% too, Reb. I do. I just, like I said, name names. That's correct, guys. Willie Nelson. Willie Nelson, like Snoop Dogg, that interview is hysterical. He's like, man, he just kept smoking. And I'm like, oh. Smoked him under the table. Snoop says he's the king of smoke. And hey, like, I would like to take that Pepsi challenge one day at the same point in time. I would have a crash cart and a wheelchair handy. Dude, baking some cookies with Martha. Yeah, like Snoop at this point is Americana. He really is. He's an American icon. I'm gonna cry when he dies. What's up, Baroga the Leaf? Hey, what's going on there, Smurf? I'm glad you're here and you're tuning in and you're smashing the like button. I appreciate you. I like the hit you did on Fox News earlier, too, Smurf. That was awesome. With my mind on my money and my money on my mind, Bubs. Yeah, I always like Snoop, too. Even he just, he came out and I don't know, he has it. He's got that it factor. Self deprecating, can have fun, everything else. All right, so we've got a high-profile music person. Let's see who Thomas Massey names next.
Very prominent banker. One
A very prominent banker. Yeah, good luck with that one, guys, because I got nothing. Like, who's a very prominent banker? I have no idea. Oh yeah, Rebel. Yeah, I'll get into the Don Lemon thing. My favorite part. Well, I'll get to it. I'll get to it in a little bit. But yes, I did watch the whole thing. As a matter of fact, I also got to talk about my renewed respect for Steven Crowder because of it. Yeah, there's too many bankers where we won't be able to name them. You know, like maybe it was Charles Schwab or somebody. You know, like somebody like out there like that. Somebody, it's just like wow, they're super high profile and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. There's too many bankers. Merrill of Merrill Lynch. I mean, that's possible. Let's keep going. Let's see who he's got next for us.
high profile government official.
One high profile government official. Well, there's one guy that comes to mind immediately when I think Epstein and high profile government official. Yeah, Merrill Lynch. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, Stranded nailed my first. Like I was just like, oh, that one's obvious. It's got to be Clinton. There's no way in hell it's not Bill Clinton. There's no way it could be anybody other than Bill Clinton when they said a high profile government official. You know, now if they meant in current office or, currently serving back in 2016, I then that's a little bit more, we can go down a rabbit hole there. But for the most part, Bill Clinton is my guess. Like he's my immediate, like, God damn my fucking back. He's my immediate guess. Um, I don't know about Joe Biden, and I don't think Obama did either. If I'm being completely honest about things, I don't. I think I think maybe Epstein would have lined up like a whole row of kids for Biden to come sniff, but I don't think Biden would have done anything. That man couldn't even like finish a sentence, let alone diddle somebody, in my opinion. No, no, no. He doesn't have the blue dress in his closet. The blue dress, I mean, that's a good question. That's funny as hell. But the blue dress actually was presented to Congress as evidence because Monica Lewinsky, I think she kept it in her closet. And if I remember everything that happened with her correctly, that one of her friends, and I can't remember the friend's name, but she basically, she took the blue dress and submitted it as evidence. E-Rock, that's exactly what Dom Lemon did with a waiter, except for he put his fingers in the waiter's mouth. Yeah. I appreciate that. I hope you're feeling better too. I'm not feeling much better. Like my hands are a shaky mess. My back's all jacked. I had addressed it at the beginning of the show. Like the show's got to go on though. Like my voice is still working, right? You guys can hear me. I can figure out something to do where I'm not doing something intricate, like even holding the game controller right now and trying to use my thumbs and stuff isn't working. Oh, before I forget, Bubba, I know you're in the chat. You were asking me about it offline about Valheim. Valheim just announced 2 days ago that in 2026 it'll be coming to PlayStation 5, so you'll be able to play Valheim. There you go. It was Linda Tripp. Yeah, Loose Lip Tripp. That's right. Came out and she was the one that did all the news hits and probably pretty much destroyed poor Monica Lewinsky's life with it. But yeah, they held on to the blue dress, and then it was brought into Congress because I think they did DNA analysis on the stain, if I remember correct, and proved it was Clinton. So going to the doctors, E-Rock, if it gets much worse, then I'm going to have to. And what the doctor is going to do, because I can tell you guys, this already happened to old GAM, Jesus, going back like 30 years ago. What they do is I've got to like put my arms folded in front of me on the desk. I'd lean my head down, and then they take a needle. They dab a spot with like Novocaine basically by the disc, and then they're going to take a needle full of like cortisone and something else. I can't remember what the other thing is. And they go in between the disc just below it, and they have to inject this stuff into me, and it pulls the disc apart a little bit and numbs the nerves that are back there, the nerve cluster, and that'll alleviate the pain. But I like to do things more conservatively before I do that. So stretching, maybe some yoga, um, like just maybe push-ups, maybe whatever I can muster, but mainly stretching first. Tai Chi helps a little bit. I have to do stuff like I did when I was younger and it was first injured. I like to try and rebuild it. Now, granted, I know this is a case where I'm 50 years old. I'm an old fart. Things are going to get worse before they get any better, and it's going to be a lot harder and a lot longer of a recovery time. But I try to stay away from anybody poking a needle near my spine if I can help it. The other options would be for me to get what's known as fusion, and that's where they fuse the two discs together. I'm not all about that. I won't even be able to turn my head at that point. And the other thing that also will not allow me to turn my head, but it's called a ladder, where they put like a metal kind of like little rod on one side, one on the other side, and put like this little shelf system in between your discs that separate them. And once you have that done, I think I was told every 5 years you're going to have it adjusted. You're going to have it redone and everything. I don't want to do surgery for the rest of my life unless I'm very, very old. And even then, I might just be like, the hell with it. I'll just suffer. No, no, no. I didn't say I can't feel one side of my body. It's numbness. So a stroke, right? The first thing you do is what's known as tilting. And that's where you can't gain your balance. Usually your vision's going to get cloudy. Your heart's going to hurt a little bit, but your head is really going to be like, what the hell's going on? Like you're trying to balance yourself, but can't. And that's called tilting. Like you start leaning and you have to grab on to stuff or whatever. Almost like those old rides you were in on a carnival, like the ride that spun around real fast and you come off it and you're like wobbling and falling down and all that crap because it throws off your equilibrium. That's the first thing that happens. Usually in men, it's a pain down one arm. You'll start getting the pain, and then stuff locks up and you seize. Baby aspirin, or an aspirin under your tongue, stuff like this can help kind of break it up real fast, but there's no guarantee. If it was any kind of sign of a stroke or anything like that, I'd be in the hospital, brother. Like my wife would have been like, "Get your ass in the car. You're going to the hospital." She would have thrown me right in the car and got me to the hospital immediately. But it's nothing like that. It's legit back pain. Um, for those that don't know, when I was in my mid-20s, a guy going up the wrong way up a one-way street hit me head on at 65 miles an hour. He had caused an accident. He turned up a one-way street, caused an accident, and like it was 3 lanes each way, one way on both sides, and separated by dealerships and buildings and stuff in the middle of them. And he was from Pennsylvania, a younger dude. He made this wrong turn up the one way, and when he did, he sideswiped a car, and he was half shot in the ass, like he had been drinking. I had a cop following me. It was raining out, and not like pouring rain, but it was light rain, and it was cold because it was New Jersey in like February. And I was doing a speed limit because again I had a cop following me, and I saw the headlights coming at me, and the first thought through my mind was, "Oh shit, I made the wrong turn. I'm going the wrong way. That's why the cop's behind me." And then it was like, you know, when you walk through a door and somebody's in front of you coming in, you're going out, and then so you step to the left so they can go to the right and go past you, and they step to the left at their right, you know, so they step in the same path as you, and then you move back to your other foot, and they're kind of mirroring you, and you just look at each other like, God damn, dude. And then go ahead, like you just stay put and you go ahead. Well, that's what these headlights did. I moved to the left, the headlights moved to the left. I moved to the right, the headlights moved to the right. And at the last second, I cut the wheel, and he hit full on the driver's side of the car, hit me head on. He was doing 65 miles an hour. I know because there was a cop behind me. Knocked me off the road, like knocked my engine basically all the way back, popped every airbag, all that, pushed the engine transmission up, and knocked me under a parked truck that was off on the side of the road. And I got out of the car and thought I wasn't damaged. Like it just, you know, holy shit, I can't believe I'm alive. I had relaxed right at the time of impact. I thought I was dead. If I'm being quite honest, I legit thought I was dead. And I got out. I was all right though. Kicked the door. I had to kick the door open because it was crumpled closed. Got out of the car, and the cop was like, "I've never seen anything that goddamn crazy." All of a sudden, there was all these sirens, lights, because the cop called it in the moment I got hit, like fire trucks, everything else showing up. But long and the short, I didn't have any internal injuries. I walked into the ER the next day. I didn't even go to the hospital that night. I went in the next day, and I was like, the only thing is my neck really hurts. And the doctor looked me over in the ER, did the MRI, X-rays, everything. I was like, the only thing that's damaged is like the back of your neck is too swollen right now for us to tell what's up. And then as time went, yeah, turned out I had fractured one of the discs and herniated another one, and a bulging above, or like below or above that, I can't remember. And it was compressing nerves down my hand because all of a sudden my hand, I lost feeling to it. Could not feel like nothing feels normal off my left hand. As time's gone, my right's getting there too. But if I sleep wrong, and since my low back's been hurting, I'm sleeping wrong. I'm not sleeping in the same posture I normally sleep in. So it's putting more pressure on my neck. It's compressing the nerve. The nerves go down to your arms. My hands don't work. No, I didn't have it wasn't a motorcycle. It was a car. It was actually a 99 Ford Contour I was driving. And it was like 2001, I want to say it happened. And fortunately for me, the Contours were like one of the best safety rated cars for that year. I got to say, the car went to shit, but I walked away. Right. And what happened to the other guy? Don't know. I know I sued him. I know I won. And I know I got loot. Wasn't much loot because in New Jersey, you have what's known as tort on your insurance. And because I had tort, I could only sue up to, I think it was like 20 grand or something like that, no matter what happened to me. If I didn't have the tort on there, I could have messed my hair up in a car accident and sued them for millions of dollars. But because of the tort in New Jersey, like as much as New Jersey rapes people for their insurance costs, they have that in there. And it's bullshit. But I have no idea what happened to the other kid when we sat down in the deposition or what have you to decide the case. The kid, Like he gave this whole story, and it was like opposite of what actually happened. Like he didn't even know it was another accident. Like it sideswiped this guy and everything else. But we had all the police reports. We had everything lined up. So it was just like the insurance lady, the person that's representing him is from his insurance company or what have you. And she says to my lawyer, she's like, "Yeah, after hearing everything here, I don't want this to go to court, so we'll set out of court." My lawyer is like, "We'll take the maximum. That's the that's what I'm offering you. As a matter of fact, take $100 off the maximum, and I'll let you keep that for yourself. Otherwise, we can go to court with this." And she's like, "That's fair." Like that's how cut and dry this shit was, right? Um, so tort on your insurance in the states that carry it, they prevent you from suing. You can sue in 5 cases, 5 ways that you're allowed to do a lawsuit stranded. So tort says that basically the only way you can sue and the maximum you can sue for, I think, is like 20 or 25,000, right? And now, granted, I had to cut. You're cutting a portion of whatever you get off to your lawyer too. But let's see if I can remember those 5 things. 5 things are displaced fracture. So you broke, like, say you get in a car accident, you broke your arm, the bone's sticking out of the skin, right? Um, that's a displaced fracture. Loss of pregnancy, right? Which my lawyer looked at me and goes, "I didn't even know you were expecting." So loss of pregnancy, permanent disfigurement. So say like I had smashed my face and like was uglier than I already am. Disfigurement, dismemberment. That's right. So if I had like, my arm got cut off or something like this, or I had my face completely smashed in, had to have it reconstructed, for example. Death. So if you're dead, if you die in a car accident, then you can sue for that 25. Permanent injury, permanent disability injury, and that was me. I was permanently injured. The damage done to my neck, there is no recovery for. There is no surgery that can fix. There is no. I can alleviate pain symptoms, but I can never fix it. So that's what I sued on and won. Back in the day, that 18 grand, um, kind of not really. Um, it definitely for all these years of suffering and everything else, I look back on that, it was a drop in the bucket. Like it wasn't worth it. Like say, like you live 18 years past that, that's a grand a year. That's how I break it down. So I got one chunk sum and yeah. Yeah, that was it. But yeah, if like I said, if I didn't have tort on there, I could have sued for I can't remember how much it was. There was some amount that I could have sued for. Like I could have sued for millions of dollars for my permanent injury and gotten it from the insurance company, but because I had this tort shit, I couldn't. But anyway, enough about me getting fucked up and why I'm jacked up. But yeah, so I mean, I guess I should wrap up that whole little side story I just told with the fact that I'm even able to hold the paintbrush. Paint stuff and everything else is kind of a blessing. Like the whole time I'm painting something, I have to focus to paint, if that makes any sense. Like my hand shakes the entire time, it hurts the entire time, which is probably why I don't sell my shit off either, because I've got to put a lot of effort in, not just on the paint job. Like the paint job could come out like shit, but it's the effort behind it, making my hand work is the roughest part. I mean, I barely like I escaped with my life, but like I said, I rolled the dice a lot in my life and gotten lucky and just knew when to quit. Like there's a point in time where my luck's going to fail. When my daughter kiddo was on the stream the one time, she was saying she's like luck runs in my blood. That's what she's talking about. She has that same kind of luck where she's been in situations and take out 3 people next to you and she just walks away without a scratch or minor damage and stuff like this. And the reason why is because luck runs in her blood. Like I've always had some kind of interesting luck to me, like somebody's been watching over me. Maybe it was Bubba. But we had the great and powerful spiritual guider Ali Bubba. Yeah, see, Ohio, it's different. If I was in South Carolina when that happened, when that car accident happened, I could have sued every for it. I could have taken his parents' house. I could have taken, like, I could have taken him to the cleaners. But New Jersey, because there's so many car accidents, so many people, so much bullshit. Same thing for New York. They put extra little things into the law in car insurance where, okay, I could have paid an extra $100 a month and not had the tort insurance, for example. That was the difference. Same thing with gap insurance on a vehicle. You have to pay extra out of pocket, but you get in a wreck, your vehicle's totaled. Like, so yeah, maybe I should cover that part too. I still owed like, I think it was like 8 grand on the car. Car's totaled, right? Insurance company eats that and pays it off, right? Wrong. I didn't have gap insurance, so they paid off like, they're like, oh, from our blue book value, this car is only worth 5 grand, so therefore you got to come out of pocket for the other 3. I think that's what it was. It might have been 4. And I'm like, wait a minute, it was like a brand new car. All this other stuff when I bought it was already used. Like the blue book value dropped that much in that time. Oh no, you just paid too much for the car, or we're financing it too high, so therefore you have to cover out of pocket unless you have gap insurance. Well, how much would gap insurance run me? An extra $100. I had full coverage on the damn car. What do you mean it's going to cost me an extra $100? I'm already paying you guys $600 a month, $500 a month, whatever it was in my insurance premium. Well, that's that you need a gap insurance otherwise. So any car I bought since I have, unless I buy it outright, just cash in hand, has gap insurance on it. But yeah, that's how I jacked up my neck. I mean, there's plenty of other stuff they probably could have jacked it up before that, but that was the definitive. Yeah, you fractured something, you got bulging stuff, you got shit's broken back there, like figuratively and actually literally. Um, yeah, but I was lucky to like Sheree said, it was a blessing. I walked away. Somebody was watching out for me that day. I walked away, and I lived. And so it's like I can bitch all I want, but you know what? I'm still around to bitch about it, right? And I'll take that as a win. Like I said, there's people out in this world that have it way worse than I do, that are hurting way worse than I am. And yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got to feel fortunate no matter what. I'm still fortunate with life. But alrighty, let's see who else. Tommy, Thomas. Well, I guess it is Tommy. Tommy Massey is going to name here.
One high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company, and if
Wait a minute. Let me rewind that real quick. Let's take that back.
one high-profile former politician, one owner of a
Okay, he did say former politician, but I thought there was something before that.
one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent
Okay, so one high profile prince, we know who that is. That's Prince Andrew. Yeah, he was already named.
banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician.
Okay. So now we have one high profile government official and one high profile former politician. The former politician is Bill Clinton. So who is the government? Who's the high profile government guy then? Who is the scuzziest person that we can look at everything to do with this and be like, that guy is a scumbag in government? Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you, brother, and I'm happy you're here. It's good to see you, man. And six, you're beating the drums over on this side tonight. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Everybody just hit my like button, and you guys are probably already subbed and all that fun stuff. But I appreciate every one of you being here. But let me grab coffee. Everybody, so we had former politician. He just named high profile former politician. That's obviously Clinton. But that means it's somebody seated in government today. So who in government could be that scumbag? While you guys are pondering it, let me grab some coffee. As I'm getting up for coffee, I saw Stranded's response. Soros is not a politician, ma'am. Alrighty. It's still Soros one way or another. Bubba's just like, all of them. They're all scum. Burn them all down. I'm going Mad King on this. Nice, Bubs. All right. So I'm thinking that in that case, I'm gonna say someone high profile politician. I'm gonna say it's somebody who is totally TDS'd. So Schiff or Adam Kinzinger. Or no, not Adam Kinzinger. Who's the other guy? Fartwell, Swalwell. I think it might be Swalwell. All right, let's see who's got listing next.
One owner of a car company in
Wait, one owner of a car company.
Italy. One rock star, one
All right, so rock stars could be anybody, right? Like, dear Lord.
official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy.
Okay, so in Italy. Owner of a car company in Italy. What are we thinking? Ferrari? Are we thinking? Nah, okay. Tesla's based in America and China are their main plants. They're not in Italy. So it's got to be somebody from Italy. Bubba thinks it's Ferrari. That's what hit me first was Ferrari. Bugatti. No, not Elon. Now Elon's he gets enough tail. He doesn't need kids. Alfa Romeo. Yeah, that's a good call. Bean said Ricardo Regatta cheese or Ricardo Montalban. I know, Stranded. I heard that too. Like I had cut it, and the in Italy, I was like, wait, what did he say? That's why I rewound it. Oh shit! Bubba said Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, like Paul. Well, no, Paul Pelosi isn't a politician, although he is a high-profile banker. Lamborghini, good call, six. Good call, Rebel too. Yeah, you guys hit that at the same time. You owe each other a beer if ever you meet up. Um, yeah, I mean, so there you go. Lamborghini, Ferrari, fucking Alfa Romeo, Bugatti. Fiat. Is Fiat Italian? Oh no, you know what? I don't know if they're Italian or not. For some reason, I had the image of Kia when you said Fiat, and I was like, they're South Korean, man. Like, no, 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 no. Fiat, I'm not sure. I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're Italian. I'll take your word for it. I mean, it's a possibility, but it's whoever owns them is one of the people on this list. Like, I'm loving the fact that he's reading this off, but he's like, who are the names? Why don't you have these names? Pagani. All right, let's see who he's got next on the list.
One rock star, one magician.
One rock star and one magician. So, you know, the magician made stuff disappear. Okay, Shrey, you're fine. Thank you, Shrey. You are working your ass off. Thank you. Pina Farina. So the rock star, like I said, could be damn near anybody, right? I mean, if well, if they ever release the names, then I guess this can be viewed as a look back on it game show, Danny. Yep. Did you name the right person? Eugene said Bon Jovi. For the rock star, I would think it would be. I would think it would be like Vince Neil. For the rock star would be somebody like a Vince Neil, um, Tommy Lee, somebody like that. If I'm being honest, like Motley Crue for some reason sticks in my mind for somebody who would go after like it's somebody past their prime and like I just need a young girl to get my singing voice in check, you know, like that kind of freak. It'd be one of them. Although I think Tommy Lee after the Pam Anderson video, yeah, I don't think he's gonna have trouble pulling girls with that schwanz on him. But Bruce Springsteen, you know what? I could definitely see. I could see born in the USA. I'm making porn in the USA. I could see that. I'd definitely see the boss being the boss. And yeah, the two names that come to mind are Copperfield or Blaine. And my brain immediately when I hear magician goes to David Copperfield. I don't know why. It goes to David Copperfield. Penn or Teller or Chris Angel. Penn Jillette, maybe? That's possible. Chris Angel's possible. But any which way you slice it, yeah, we have some the fact that we can name so many people and be like, I think it's this one, tells you a lot about their damn character, doesn't it? Nice, Bubs. Here we go. I think that's the end of the list though, for some reason.
At least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada.
Okay, 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. They don't call him Mr. Wonderful for nothing. I'm thinking it's Mr. Wonderful is the billionaire from Canada. But there's 6 of them. I mean, there's a ton of billionaires nowadays. Well, Trudeau. I don't think Trudeau is a billionaire though. I mean, Canadian politician, yes, but I don't think he's a billionaire, is he? I'll bet you it's Jamie Pritzker. It could be definitely be one of those names in contention for me. Like he definitely seems like that kind of guy. And doesn't he have like a brother that turned into a sister, like transitioned? So maybe freak flags fly in that family is all I'm saying there. Allegedly, possibly. Mark Carney, yeah, yeah, definitely. That's a possibility. I mean, the whole thing is, don't think it's all just right wing. Definitely some. I mean, left wing. There could be right wing names in there too. Epstein. That was the whole thing with Epstein. Is he definitely had dirt on everybody? Apparently, allegedly. Wait, he don't do the job for peanuts? Are you talking about Pritzker? Yeah, well, I mean, he does kind of resemble an elephant, in my opinion. So it's a possibility that he does do it for peanuts. Mark Carney, yeah, that is a good guess. I mean, looking at the list of billionaires, though, there's I don't even know how many billionaires there are in America anymore, but it's quite a few. If they well, they haven't said. I mean, it's possible, BB, but they haven't said rebel an official from. If they say a former or current prime minister, or a prime minister of Israel, 1,000% it's BB at that point, right? But I don't think he says that. Let's see what he's got next.
We know these people exist in the FBI
Okay,
files,
so that's it.
files that you control. I don't know exactly who they are, but the FBI does. Have you launched any investigations into any of these people, and have you seen these 302 documents?
Okay, so that was the end of his question. What do you guys think Cash Patel says here? Do you think yes, Representative Massey, we've looked into it, we've done our due diligence. I can't release those names, blah, 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 blah. Do you think he's like, oh, we know, we have him dead to rights, everything, that file sitting on Pam Bondi's desk? What do you think Cash Patel says here? What do you think Cash Patel's response was? Hopefully, I don't get struck on this either for a copyright for showing their stuff. But you know what? It's testimony. It's important to the public, so just go and buy it. This little guessing game. Oh, that's always an ugly screen. Let's get rid of that. Save fair use. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. You guys nailed it. Nailed it right away. These files are sealed due to grand jury testimony. You would have to go to each of the judges, is what Kash Patel says, and get them to unlock those files. The investigation was opened under Obama's administration, sat through Obama's administration, first Trump presidency, and Biden's administration, and we have no access. Well, all the files are basically empty, is what he says. So we have no evidence. No, all these investigations led to nothing, and it's just like at that point, okay, bud. So that's why you're saying coming out publicly and saying that Epstein, he only trafficked people to himself. No, he didn't. He obviously trafficked to other people, all this kind of stuff. What you're telling me is our government has failed children. That's what you're telling me at that point, and you have no follow up to it. You are not going to follow up to it. Kash Patel, fuck you. Oh, I'm not criticizing Thomas Massey. I think he came from a genuine place where he wants goddamn answers. Um, and Rokana, shout out to him. He may be on the left side of things, but you know what? Shout out to him too, because he's all over this like a fat kid on a cupcake. Like, it's infuriating. Like the answer he gave, Kash Patel gave. Let me see. All right, if I turn off that, I'm getting used to playing other people's stuff, guys. Let me see. I don't like doing this. I honestly don't like doing this. I think it's Patman QC is his name. Yep. Oh shit. He passed away. So the guy I take inspiration from, like that's inspiring to me, actually passed away. Let me hit this and hit this real quick so I can mute it so we don't see the ad. Ah. I knew he was having major health issues, but he passed away. Of course, he didn't say yes or no. He's not going to answer that question because the whole thing is if he says yes, then the follow up question is, well, why aren't you, why aren't you investigating further into their claims? And if he says no, then it's going to be like, why aren't you doing your job? So, like, Kash Patel is doing exactly what you would think somebody in his position would do, dodging. So, Stranded asked a very pertinent question. If they put out the file today, would you guys believe it? My answer is no. Well, it's also, it depends. If I saw a bunch of Republican names on there that supported Trump, stuff like that, okay, I might believe it. If I saw nothing but Democrat names and people that were against Trump, then absolutely not. But even then, I would have major questions on it and everything else. The only thing that I would believe is if victims come to court and say, this man did X, Y, or Z to me. I would believe the young women. And not saying I would believe them with impunity. I would have to watch their body language. I would have to listen to how they answer it. I would have to, like, if you saw it and they were traumatized by it and you could tell, more than likely they're going to be telling the truth. Have a good night at work, Smurf. And just remember, tell Murdoch I'm coming for him. But yeah, I would only half believe it, guys. I don't think I would all the way believe it. In like our government has unfortunately destroyed its credibility in a lot of ways where I'm concerned, especially when it comes to our intelligence agencies. I don't know if they're doing it as a benefit that we don't know, and that's why they hold things back. I don't know if they're doing it, like, for example, a Saudi prince is on the damn list. They nail him out, and then all of a sudden, the price of oil goes through the roof or some crazy shit like this, right? Like, or a war kicks off because of it. I don't know. But I do know that I don't trust our government. I don't. Um, is there more transparency now? Yes. Do I completely believe all the shit they're shoveling out to me? No. But yeah, Patman QC, he's still got 94K subscribers. That's heartbreaking. I didn't even know he passed away. I was wondering when his next video was going to drop or what arcade thing he was going to cover. But the local news actually covered this guy. And this is why when I feel like I can't do something, this guy reminds me, hey, there's people out there that got it a lot worse. He's not the most attractive man, right? But as a matter of fact, yeah, that'll work. Let's take a look and rip Pat, man. You were an amazing guy, and thank you for your inspiration. But he covered basically like video games, arcade consoles, stuff like that. Like he would go into the history of different, like when we were kids playing in the arcade, playing Pac-Man, Defender, and all that. And he's basically going over the news piece that they did on him.
Everything seems to go wrong, and sometimes that bad day turns into a bad month or worse.
For Patrick Davis, he had 6 months that would turn his life upside down. He would lose his father and his sister and have his own health battle that brought him to the brink of death. But instead of giving up, he fought back to turn his disability into an ability.
So that's interesting already. Right? Loses his father, his mother, and then comes down with a health battle of his own. Can't hear it. Can everybody else hear it? Or, like, I don't understand why the hell this does this. Let me go to advanced audio properties. Yeah, everything is there. Everything is metered, monitored, and all that other stuff. Monitor and output. You hear me fine, but the volume's low. All right, hold on. Let me hit play real quick, and we'll see if this. I just adjusted a little bit. I don't know. I don't think I can make it any louder, though, guys. Yeah, that just takes me in the advanced audio properties. Like I said, first time doing this because I don't really watch shit on YouTube when I'm streaming or watch other people's stuff. So, unfortunately, let's see. I don't even think my volume. I'm going to bring up my speaker volume. Maybe that'll fix it. Let's try. Is that better?
It's Friday night, bowling league night.
Can you guys hear it better now? No, Stranded, you don't need hearing aids. Everybody's saying volume's low. No change to it. All right. Let me keep fucking with it. Let me keep screwing with it, guys. We'll get there. We'll figure out what's up. Yeah, if I put it on monitor and output. Let's see. Volume percentage. Yeah, that's at 100 and there we go. This might get loud as shit. We're going to bring it up to 140%. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully this doesn't blow GAM's eardrums out who's wearing headphones and monitoring it, but here we go.
This Moline mainstay is packed, some working toward the perfect game.
Was that louder? That's better. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna bring that up to about 160 then. Good lord. I'm not hearing a change in the headset, but I'm also able to hear it fine, so. Okay, here we go.
Others just having fun trying to break 100. Many have been coming here for years, the Davis brothers among them.
All right, how's that? Even better? I feel like an old cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh. Wow, I just jacked up the whole setup. Seems the same. All right, that's going to be as loud as I can get it, guys. I'm sorry. Apologies, but hopefully you guys can hear it.
I've been bowling on lakes since I was 5 years old. So 40 years I've done this. I grew up in this bowling alley.
Older brother Craig was his mentor.
Local legend Craig Davis. He had 25, 300 games, and he pretty much taught me how to bowl along with my mom and my dad.
Patrick was on his way to matching that.
All right, so that little bald-headed dude right there, that's Patman QC. He's actually a YouTuber, everything else.
When life took a
There you go. I put on subtitles like Bubba said. So hopefully that helps.
dramatic turn. It was May 2nd, 2 years ago. He woke up not feeling well. His sister took him to the ER.
I remember going right in, getting a room, and next thing I know, it's like a month later, my wife's waking me up telling me they have to cut my arms and my legs off.
What started as pneumococcal pneumonia turned septic. He was on a respirator for an entire month. Doctors gave him a 1% chance of survival. He beat the odds, but after 5 months in the hospital, the father of two had lost so much, including something so small that became so big.
And that's not his penis they're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there. And it's not his penis they're talking about. Yeah, but like I said, you want inspiration? This guy actually does inspire me.
I miss holding my little kid's hands. I miss that.
His family would give him strength, the strength to start again.
I can play video games with my kids. I can feed myself. I can walk. I can do certain things.
Like drawing, finding a way to do what some thought would be impossible. And soon, it was time to try the one thing that was such a big part of his life. His brother, his mentor, took him bowling.
He's my brother. He's got to get out and do something.
He took me bowling. He got me out of the house.
He started with a 6-pound ball and worked his way up to a 16.
I used to be a left-hander, but since my right arm is longer than my left, I had to switch everything to the right because I'm able to hold the ball with the right, and I can't hold it with the left anymore.
Inspiring those around him, including his best friend, who drives him here, drove him to rejoin the league.
Well, he blew that spare. So, I mean, if he was an amazing bowler, that's a shame. But I think you guys can kind of see the condition this man's in. He's got no arms. Well, he's got arms, but they're like stubs. His legs are completely missing. And yet he's bowling. Yet he is playing video games with his kids. Like, that's the human spirit, guys. Sometimes, no matter how bad I'm hurt, I'm like, hey, at least I still got my arms, I got my legs, I got my lungs, I got my brain. Um, you know, I got my mouth. My voice. I can still talk.
When Patrick was laying in bed, and when he said, he's gonna bowl again, I says, when you're ready to bowl again, I'll get a team together and we're gonna bowl.
Like they did in the old days when Patrick's first 300 game came at the expense of Sue's team.
We all have our issues that we deal with, but when you physically see that, it's like, you can overcome anything if you put your mind to it.
The first three.
So, again, no arms, no legs. The dude bowled a 300. I've never bowled a 300 in my life. And he did it with no arms, no legs.
3 strikes I threw in a row without hands felt exactly like my first 300 game. It was so great. Just that warm, awesome feeling. And it's kind of like hitting the reset button on your whole bowling career, because now I have more achievements to try to get without hands.
So on this Friday night,
we've been teammates for years, and here we are. We're bowling on Friday night.
And just like the pins he knocks down, Patrick stands again, reset with the things in life that matter most.
Cherish your kids. Cherish being able to walk and talk and being able to feed yourself. Cherish the little things. That's all you can do.
Those right there are probably the most important words he'll ever say.
By the way, he hit several strikes just in that short time we were there. And last Friday night, Patrick celebrated with his team right here. Yep, becoming what he believes is the only amputee bowler to ever win a league championship. Now he's trying to raise money to buy new prosthetic legs so that he can drive his children to school. Check out the links on my Facebook page, KWQC Gary Mativier, and send me your inspiring stories. Also, I'll be holding a Facebook Live event.
All right, we don't care. We don't care about your news broadcast, buddy. We appreciate you for putting a spotlight on that man, but yeah, that's enough of you. But yeah, guys, I just read, because he actually ended up back in the hospital maybe a couple months ago. Oh, well, I'm going to say almost a year ago. And he had gotten sick, and he was like, this is why I'm not making content. No shame in his game, like had his brother filming him while he was in the hospital, explaining, I'll be back, I'll be covering more games, everything else. And then, yeah, unfortunately, when I just searched him, he's passed away since then. And, shout out to him, though. And for the rest of my life, that man right there, that's an inspiration to me. That tells me no matter how bad I get jacked up in this world, I can keep pushing and do what needs to get done if I have the heart, the soul, and the desire to do it. That's just it. Everybody can focus on negative. That's real easy. I can show you a bunch of liberals doing dumb shit. I can show you a bunch of people getting owned, pwned, and all that kind of other stuff. Why aren't we seeing more stuff like that? Like the indomitable ability of the human spirit to overcome what's put in front of you. The ability to rise up and fight and keep fighting, no matter how bad you're beaten. I've said this to you guys before, in the past. Life's going to kick your ass here and there. It really is. It's going to throw shit at you that you're not ready for, not prepped for, not wanting to deal with. Or maybe you feel like you can't deal with it. You can lay there and you can hurt for a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. But man, get the hell off the deck and keep going. And that's one of the reasons why I thought it was so important that even though it's just a dumbass stream and I'm a dumbass person, that it, I'm in pain and all this other stuff. Well, what makes me any different than that dude? Why can he go out there and bowl and I can't get on the internet and just run my mouth like I'm doing and have been doing for the past, what, hour, 2 hours, whatever, hour and a half? What makes me so much weaker and lesser than him? It doesn't. If anything, that guy should inspire a lot of people and he should be an inspiration to people. He made YouTube videos all the time of all the different arcade games and everything else, and his videos were always really cool. And finding out he passed away, that's heart wrenching. But yeah, he was an inspiration. Yep, one-legged wrestlers. I saw an amputee that was a pro wrestler. He had double amputation, both his legs missing, and was pro wrestling. When I was younger, shout out to the Barnes family. Their oldest son, he was actually a wrestler on my high school team, and he was born without legs from like right around the knee down. Well, one side was from the knee down, if I remember correct, because I actually saw him walking around in like his prosthetics, and he was walking around his house because I was hanging out with his brother, and he was in shorts walking around the house, and I'm like, and does this dude wax his legs or something? Like, why do his legs look like that? And didn't even think anything of it because the shorts were covering up where the prosthetic hit, and he was wearing shoes, and I could just see like his calves, and I'm like, really? That's weird. And then, sure enough, that was the whole case. Was he actually had two prosthetic legs, but he did like amateur wrestling and everything else all through high school. Shout out to him. Good to see you, Ian. Very good to see you, man. But yeah, and that's just it, guys. You know, I'm not trying to be that guy that's like, oh, all your problems in life and blah blah. No, 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 no. Life can kick the shit out of you. It's all right to fall into depression. It's all right to feel low. It's all right to take a beating. It's all right to hurt. It's all right to lay on the deck and everything else. But as long as you're drawing breath, persevere and push and don't stop. Just keep going. The only thing I've said this before, you guys have heard me say this before, whether you say you can or whether you say you can't, you're absolutely 100% correct. The person that limits you is you. Set realistic goals, achieve realistic results. And even if something doesn't seem realistic, well, figure a way to make it realistic. Yay, and it has been a minute. I mean, I'm happy you're here. Like it's awesome to see you, brother. Um, but yeah, and here's like I said, taking inspiration from somebody like that. My back's fucked. My hands are fucked right now. Like my hands are fucked, guys. I can't hold a fucking paintbrush. I can't do jack nor shit. But I got a mouth and a mic. I got a camera, and I got at least one person who wants to see me or hear me say some shit, right? Why can't I just keep going then? Keep pushing. But eventually, this pain's going to fade. Eventually, I'll push through it. I'll exercise it out of me. I'll stretch it out of me. I'll, if worst case, get a shot in the neck and get it knocked out of me, chemically alter it, whatever. And I'll paint again. Like I'll start painting again. But in the interim, what am I going to do? Cancel every show? Be like, oh yeah, guys, yeah, I'm not going to do a show tonight because of that. Like, well, then that would make me a little bitch. And I know punk bitch. Yeah, I mean, there you go. 10 times your goals, and then you'll achieve something. Well, if you aim for the stars and you hit the sky, that's still pretty high up there, isn't it? So, you know, I just, I've asked myself, and I said this, I addressed this on stream last night. Maybe I should stop streaming. Maybe I'm putting darkness out in this world, or when somebody brings me a woo theory and I shoot it down, maybe I'm crushing something in them, some kind of creativity, or by doing that, maybe I'm ruining the illusion of a magic trick to somebody. And I question that, and it's like maybe I should stop streaming. Maybe my voice is doing damage. And I wrestled with it for a little bit because we are seeing violence in this world, and we're seeing terrible things and everything else. And it was like, a lot of you guys were like, no, you got a good message and everything else. And maybe I need to do more stuff like I just showed you. Like maybe I got to look into different people that overcame the odds or fought through something or did something positive and overcame limitations of humanity. Now, I'm sure it's going to be few and far between because there are a lot of people that just lay there on the deck. But maybe that is a good inspirational message. So, no matter how shitty your situation is, if you see somebody within a much shittier situation, yours doesn't look so bad now, does it? I appreciate that, Ian. I really do appreciate that, man. Um, not just you, not just you listening, but you saying that and everything else. It is. It's just one of those things where, and I said this last night too. When it comes to content creation, all that stuff, and the voices that we have on the internet, anger, rage, all that stuff, man, that sells, right? Like you want to watch somebody go to a college campus own a lib. You want to see, oh, this guy fucked around and found out. You want to see those things and everything else. And then there's people that their entire, I can honestly call it like a business model, is to have you so pissed off and so outraged that you click on their next video to be even more pissed off and more outraged. And I want to make sure I'm not doing that. I want to make sure that, like I said, I'm not going to get up here and start preaching the gospel for any kind of religion. I've said that ad nauseum, right? Um, but I do think that I can preach the amazing ability of the indomitable human spirit, of how people can do greater good in this world and how they can overcome things that you wouldn't think they could overcome. And maybe you guys, maybe that'll be an inspiring message to somebody like younger, like shout out to little Leo who watches. Maybe he'll hear something or see that guy and go watch his videos and be like, wow, he made all this and he had no arms, no legs when he did it. Like he made, I mean, if you go look at Patman QC's video library of all the different documentaries and everything, I mean, he really goes into every version of a video game. So, like Mortal Kombat, he'll cover every console that it came out on, every arcade version that came out, whole 9 yards, and goes really in depth on it. But maybe it'll inspire one of those younger people, or even somebody that's in the chat now that's down on their luck. Maybe it'll inspire you to, shit, I'm creating music. Let's take Eugene. Sorry, Eugene. I'm using it as an example, not pointing you out as like, look at this freak, right? But let's say like Eugene, rough situation, everything else, but he's still creating music, creating beautiful music, and doing it regardless of his circumstance. You got to applaud that. Stranded, who gets up, breaks her ass every day. Beans, who works like 17 jobs or something. Like she just got done. She was on Ice Road Truckers the other day, just driving across the Antarctic. I saw her. I saw it. You know, allegedly. Well, Bubba, the big joke when we were younger, that a lot of people would go to Bubba. Bubba just said spiritual guidance, which reminded me when we were younger men, teenagers. Bubba is older than us by a couple years, and Bubba would like smack the hell out of you if you started saying dumb shit. Like he would just give you um, sage advice, really. But Bubba also would speak softly, and we always joked he needs a big stick. Like you speak softly, but carry a big stick, right? So eventually, Bubba had a stick, and it was called spiritual guidance. And he's like, I'll just hit you with some spiritual guidance if you don't snap out of it. Big running joke between all of us. Yeah, see, just two jobs. I hear you. I hear you. Allegedly, Beans was on SEAL Team 6 too at one point in time. I'm just saying. She may or may not have been there when they took down Osama bin Laden. Just saying. It's alleged, but you know, government records and cover ups. Poor Ian. Ian's like, I can relate. He's talking about last night. Yeah, definitely the milk thing. Like, there was a point in time where, and I was saying this last night too, to be able to drink like a gallon of milk, no issues, right? Like, just sit there and power out of the friggin' jug, just dope, 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 drinking it down. And like now, it's like I could do a shot glass of milk and just be like, oh God, where's the bathroom? It's like something changes in you. It's the same thing with eating greasy food, though. I found, um, like the grease trap goes away that you had when you were a younger man, and you could eat like the greasiest burger, soak up the grease with the fries and all that, and just be like, oh yeah, no big deal, right? No, not anymore. Now you hit a certain age, and it's like something switches off in you, and you're like, oh dear lord, make sure where's the bathroom at? Like, yep, the shit spear has full on hit me dead nuts in the gut. If the government is if the government looks at my channel, they'll know I'm completely politically neutral, so you'll be fine. If I was espousing like some kind of lunacy or anything else, well, maybe. But even then, um, I can tell you that I've had clearance at one point in time. It was low level, but I had clearance, so you'll be fine. Yeah, I can't confirm or deny that Beans was there, but just saying. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. People that are all into your foosball, um, hope your teams win, even if they're against each other. Like, may it end in a tie in that case. But yeah, it's just I don't do the sports thing anymore. I haven't done it for a very long time, and I do appreciate you, Ian. Thank you for throwing the stream on in the background. You guys you guys are the reason why I do this. I've said it a million and one times. I got one person watching me, and they're getting something out of this that's positive. Then I'm doing the right damn thing by being on here, even if it is an 11-hour stream. And I'm sorry about that. I saw the aliens. Now as far as I know, there's no aliens. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you guys like, yeah, there's aliens out there and all this fun, happy stuff. But yeah, there's still no actual proof. The closest we are, and I mean, hey, look, we can get into that too if you guys want. But life on Mars, No joke. They went to where they think there was a riverbed. They dug into the sediment and they found I, my God, I can't say the goddamn word again. Microbial life. There we go. Microbial life embedded in the sediment that they dug out, and they have to get it. They have to get it back to Earth, basically, and look into it. But early analysis, they can't determine what exactly it is. Like the chemical compounds are all there for life, but they haven't come out directly and said it's life. And I'm happy she did too. Like, look, shout out to you, Beans. Thank you for always shouting me out and being a cheerleader and all that stuff for the channel. Um, you really do help out. And somebody had said it. Shout out to Steve Kerfuffle. He was going into other streams, like just random ass streams, and he'd be like, "Hey, you guys seem cool. You got to come over check this dude out." And Steve Kerfuffle brought a lot of people with him. Shout out to him. I'm glad to hear he's okay. Um, Sucks his phone's broken. Eventually, he'll be back. If I can ever figure out how to do it where we can do actual phone call ins, then I'll have Steve on the show to actually talk. But at this point, I think he's working with a flip phone. So he wouldn't be able to download Discord, anything like that. I mean, Stranded said it before. She's like, I would have to take out half the shit on my phone just to get Discord on there so I could get into your Discord. Things like this. So I get it. Not everybody's in a fortunate spot where they have a tablet, they have a computer, or they have all this tech around them. Matter of fact, I'm sure there's people out there that can't are barely making the phone bill, for example. So, but shout out to all you guys because you still make it here somehow. And Steve, fortunately, was able to leave a comment on one of the streams after watching it and say, "Hey, man, I'm still here. I'm screwed right now." And we miss you, Steve, and thank you. But thank you guys for always being fundamental. Ian, as far as you go, I'm happy to have you aboard. Very happy, actually. You fit right in. Like I said, it's a crew of misfits. It's all independent thinking people that, whether you're coming up with a wacky ass theory or you're finding commonality, everybody enjoys each other's company. Everybody has good conversations. Everybody's respectful with one another, even when you're arguing. Like, I've seen some ugly arguments or things that could have been seriously ugly, and people seem to work them out by the end of the argument or discussion on here. But each person has a voice and can say what's on their mind. You know, and what I found, and this is gaming life too. Like Rogue of the Leaf here will tell you, you know, it was a band of misfits on there too, but we were able to take out the biggest threat on the server, which was China. Like the Chinese would come in with companies full of like basically like 150 people attacking you all at the same time. There's 10 of us and we're holding them off like it's cool. But it was a band of misfits all working together. And so sometimes your best bet is the people you wouldn't think are your best bet or people that you wouldn't think would be your friends or be cool with one another. And yeah, it's one of those things where I'm the guy with the mic. You guys got a keyboard. I can put a mic in your mouth every now and again, like I do with Danny Boss, right? And Danny Boss comes on here and he can have a whole full blown conversation, or E-Rock or Smurf, especially Smurf. Smurf likes to come out and he likes to talk about things, and he likes to talk about things that he likes to talk about, you know? But it's everybody has that voice in here, and even if your voice isn't coming through the microphone, your voice is in that chat. You know, I look at people like I said, there are people that have stuck with me regardless if other people put consequences on them for doing it. And those people I respect a shit ton just for that. If nothing else, screw you. You're not going to tell me what to do attitude. And yeah, shout out to SE. I think SE Wolverines, even though he's not here right now, he has a fantastic message. And when he live streams, I tell everybody go watch him because I want to see that dude monetized. Like I want to see him actually. I think he has the ability to actually make a living at this. Like I don't think I do, right? Maybe eventually we'll get there where I get monetized. Maybe, and I'm going to keep going regardless of I'm monetized, not monetized, right? But somebody like SE, I could see him doing it and being as big as some of the political shows that I see. Like he really does. He's got something when he talks. He's just talking straight from the heart, and he's honest with his opinions, his feelings, everything else. And I think he's a really good dude. He puts really good things out in the universe, and he's all about helping others. And no matter if you disagree with him on issues or you completely agree with him on issues, he's respectful to everybody. And he automatically earned my respect when I first met him. And ever since then, I'm just more impressed with the dude. Uh oh. I gotta ask, what are you calling bullshit on? I gotta see what the call bullshit is. Damn it! You guys didn't tell me. I think the chat froze on the sidebar. Hold on. Let's click that and see if it updates. Oh, it did. There it goes. If you were on a music stream and a tip jar and all that, that's fair. I'll be honest with you. Um, like, and granted, it's a lot of people pushing me with it about, well, not a lot of people, but there's a couple with very loud voices that always say, "Hey, Gam, you need to set up, cup of coffee, PayPal, whatever." And I keep saying I'm going to do it, and never do. But they're in a way very correct. That if people want to show their appreciation, maybe you should just take it. You know, I'm still I fight with myself on it, but with the state that music is in the here and now, that might be the only way to make money is to actually get the fans to give you loot directly. And I would like to think I'm on my way up. Um, Everybody that's subscribed to me, like, and I've gained subscribers, right? And it's a slow, organic pace. But the people that have are quality people, and that's kind of the important part to me. Even just recently, shout out to like Fax Machine and Romeo, right? Two guys we met playing Helldivers, and Fax Machine's in my Discord. He's kicking in every now and again. He'll throw out something. But yeah, really decent dude. Like he didn't have to take the time and handhold me, David, and well, really me and David. When we first started Helldivers, he could have been a complete douche and been like, "Look what I can do! Oh, you guys suck! You're getting owned and all that." Instead, he was right there beside us, like, "Nah, I got you guys. I'll bring you back into the game on a consistent basis." And if I get failed out of the game, he wouldn't berate me or anything. Really nice guy, really cool people like that. I'm happy that we picked up people like that. But like I said, this community is built on all that. And I was asked a question recently, and like it resonated with me a little bit. I damn beans, I appreciate the hell out of that one. That was a huge compliment. I appreciate you, especially since I know I tease you and piss you off at times. I really do appreciate you, though. There you go, Ian. And that's just it. Maybe this is the bright spot or a brighter spot in the internet, even though it's coming from broken person, right? Like, I don't know. It's weird. Um, but yeah, I got the question about having thousands of followers. Like, if I had 1,000 people chatting, would I know all of them? And I answered at the time, and I was honest about it. I would say, yeah, I would definitely, I would always spot Beans or Ian or Forever Demonetized who's not here, or Leo or Bubba or Rogue or Smurf, like go through the list. David, Danny Bot, like I would always be able to spot those people because they've been with me the whole time. And then I was like, maybe it is difficult. Like I started thinking about it logically, and I'm like, maybe it is difficult when you're getting new subscribers constantly, losing old subscribers, to keep up with different people and remember their names. And then I was asked, well, what about 100 chatters, individual chatters? And I was like, oh yeah, that's way easier. And then the more I thought about it, yeah, it's a fuck ton easier because the whole thing is, if you ask me about Eugene's music, you asked me about SE Wolverines. Hell, you asked me about Duke Raoul that stopped watching me like 5 months ago, but didn't unsubscribe. Thank you for that one, Duke. Um, you know, you ask me about these people that were in my chat. It's been a year. I can still flash back and go, oh yeah, like so. If Duke showed up right now, I'd be like, "What's up, brother? How are you? How you been? How's your dog George?" I don't understand when the bigger streamers develop, and maybe that's why they lose so many subs and gain so many new subs, because those old subs are like, dude, this guy, they've come to that conclusion that this guy actually does not give a shit about me being in his chat. Doesn't I care about everybody in here and want to hear your story and may not be able to like, hey, I'm a billionaire and can help you financially and all this other stuff, but I always got an ear to listen. And I would like to think most other people in the chat do that for each other too. And I've seen it. Like, I've seen my chat do that. So Ian's right. It is a community. Everybody is lifting each other up. And if that small community grows into a bigger community and a bigger community, I'm all for it. But I'm also going to pay attention to it too the whole way through because I don't want to lose touch with my audience. I don't want everybody going over to another stream and being like, yeah, that dude actually is an asshole. I mean, yeah, granted, I am an asshole and you would be telling the truth, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, he'd be completely off the mark and all this other stuff. But if you said it to me, I just ignore what the hell you say to me. There's a video of Jimmy Kimmel. I'd, I, I'm gonna have to find it on you. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube, Brett. I've got. Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it. Let me see. Let me pause that real quick. Is this what you're talking about, Reb? Let me see if this is what you're talking about. Boom. I did the search for it and pulled this up. It's just a short. Shout out to whoever took this video. It looks like NBC4 in LA. But then moving it looks like, yeah, it's Jimmy Kimmel leaving the studio. Bob, get some rest. Always great to see you, brother. That's a lot of security around that man. Like, I mean, not a ton, but enough. But yeah, that was him leaving the studio right there. Oh, don't worry. He's going to come back like a case of herpes. Like, I argued, of course, the wife is always right and I'm always wrong because she's smarter than I am. I think we've had this conversation, or I've had this conversation on the interwebs for a long ass time. Let me actually move this one out of the way. I'm going to take this old one and start gluing this on here and get this fixed. I have to look for the. I don't even know where the cord is for this because it's USB powered. I'll have to find one. But yeah, I really do think that one is more to do with them. If Sinclair Broadcasting or Nextel or whatever wasn't going through this merger process to buy out these other places, I don't think they would have booted them. I think they would have kept them. That's just me being cynical on it, but yeah. I have no faith in big businesses doing the right thing unless it hurts their bottom line. And even then, some of them just keep doubling the hell down. Which reminds me, I heard a rumor about Avengers Doomsday. And yeah, it actually tickled my heart a little bit, but also made me worry. So the rumor had it, and like I said, this is just a rumor. It could be total bullshit, especially the guy reporting it. I don't really trust his reporting, but because it gave me a little bit of hope for the future of MCU, it kind of, I was like, well, maybe I got to report that. But yeah, according to the rumor, in Avengers Doomsday, it's going to open up at the end of Endgame and not follow anything to do with anything that came after Endgame. So, like the Eternals, Shang-Chi, like all those movies are going to be non canonical, supposedly. I doubt it because of some of the actors that are already slated to be in there, but it's a possibility. Rebel. Rebel, you got to stop talking logic to people that only want to be outraged. Like that, you're cheering a. You might as well be pissing in the ocean saying I did that. Like Emergency Awesome, I don't follow, but they pop up here and there, and they're all right. Like some of the stuff they cover is okay. But I have seen a couple of videos from Emergency Awesome. They're okay. I mean, some of the stuff that they cover, I don't like or don't particularly. I'm not fond of, but other stuff they cover, I definitely I'm like, oh, that's cool. You know, um, a lot of the stuff, if we're being honest, I noticed this. The one dude, there's one dude who always comes up with these crazy ass rumors, Kathleen Kennedy being fired from Disney, all this kind of stuff for the past like 5 years. And after each bomb, he's like, "Oh yeah, she's definitely gone now," and all this. And then somebody called him out, and I actually went and looked, and they were 100% right. It was all Reddit leaks that he's reporting, like people going on Reddit. So he gets 50. He's like 75-25. 75% of the time he's wrong. 25% of the time he's right, and he's like, "See, I'm always right," and you're like, "Yeah, dude, you're full of shit." I think so. Emergency Awesome, Clownfish TB. They were definitely more on the left side of things at one point, and I don't know what moved the needle on them, but they came over to more of a right side slant. I think they got pissed off because pop culture was getting destroyed, and that's their bread and butter. Let's plug that damn thing in. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like Inside Scoops, some of that stuff, there's guys. So the most credible out of all the leakers, news sources, and everything else that doesn't say everything they know is probably Gary Beekler of Nerdrotic. And the reason why is because he's really good friends with Chris Gore. And Chris Gore he actually is on an insider track, gets to see early screenings, all that kind of stuff. Chris Gore is usually 1,000% spot on with everything he says about the leaks behind Hollywood. And the reason why is because he's actually behind the scenes, gets to see like the test audience screenings, all that stuff ahead of time. So it's like Nerdrotic's really my go-to when there's some kind of rumor floating, because you'll be like, yeah, I've heard this from multiple people or multiple insiders, because he's gotten, even when he was smaller time, people definitely always wanted to tell him what was going on. Yeah, Emergency Awesome. I've seen it. Um, One guy I actually appreciate, even though he's more on the left side of things, and he's usually pretty damn like I have pretty much almost the same opinions on him on a lot of entertainment and everything else. Is a guy named Charles White, and his channel is called Penguins Zero, and he's got like, I don't even know, like 20 million subscribers or something ridiculous. And he's just like, he cracks me up, but his movie reviews are usually spot on. Like, I agree with him on a lot more than I disagree with him on when it comes to movies. Pop Culture Crisis, I've never seen an episode of. That's that Tim Pool show with the chick who looks like she's dying of AIDS or something, right? Like the blonde chick. And then the other guy who talks with a lisp but seems like he wants to be cooler than he is. That dude. Um, I'm sure they do a great job over there because it's Timcast and all that stuff. But yeah, I've never seen one episode of it. And then Robert Meyer Burnett. I've definitely seen some of his stuff. He's pretty good. He's not bad. Yeah, that's it, Rogue. That's Penguin Zero. Moist Critical. On Twitch, I think he's Moist Critical. On YouTube, he's Penguin Zero. Yeah, that's the dude I'm talking to. He's fucking hysterical though with some of the shit that comes out of his mouth. He's got like long hair and always wears a white t-shirt, just kind of chills. Yeah, I think that's it, Eugene. I think that he had a couple clickbait titles. Um, I think you're right. I don't know. I've never subscribed to Emergency Awesome, but he does hop up because I do try to keep track of pop culture stuff going on because I'm a pop culture nerd, right? Like I love pop culture shit. Well, I used to, and lately it's been pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, shout out to them. Political stuff, I man, like pop culture stuff's one thing. Nerdrotic Daily, it's too many voices for me, or Nerdrotic, like Friday Night Tights. I stopped watching that. It's just too many voices, and it's a bunch of guys hanging out and discussing stuff. But in a way, I don't know. Sometimes they get a little arrogant when they're all together, and and it's just my opinion. They get a little arrogant and a little too insider if you haven't watched them a whole bunch. Another one, D Day Cobra. Shout out to him, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. I watch him for, he's actually a staunch, like hardcore Trump dude. Um, so that's a warning. Anybody who wants to tune in and see him. but he's actually got some pretty base takes, and he's actually like a real guy, and seems like a decent person. He'll even tell you when he's like, yeah, I'm doing rage clickbait right now. You know, like he's honest about the grift and all that kind of stuff. He cracks me up. Like he's definitely one that cracks me up. How are my paint sticks? There are my paint sticks. There they are. I gotta grab my damn glue sticks. I'm gonna hot glue this shit on there. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? I'm gonna do the light off the right or the left. We will go off the other way. I think that's better. But yeah, there's guys I used to watch when it came to political takes, and I've either completely stopped watching them. I'll only watch them here and there, or I'll watch them all the time. PVD podcast, I like watching that. He's not bad. Um, you stop watching Timcast after his freak out. Timcast is one that I don't watch at all anymore. He had really interesting guests on. The last time I was on there was to support ABL, because even if I take the piss out of ABL and will, say this, that, or the other thing about him, I still believe he's a genuine dude. I think his opinion does matter. I may not agree with his takes sometimes and all that stuff, but I think he actually comes from a genuine place. Like he's actually a genuine person, and I still do support him. Like I'll still go into a show and everything, even if it's more about talking to people in chat than it is watching the show. You have yourself a good one, Rogue. It's always great to see you, Mr. Rogue Leaf. Wait, what? What's that? He said he's not going to Charlie Kirk's funeral because he's afraid. Is that really what he said, Ian? Like, really? Man, he's about a bitch. At that point, yeah. Tim Pool, like, I lost respect for him a while ago when I realized it's all a grift and he doesn't actually care about his audience. He just cares about how much money they put in his pocket. That's when I stopped watching Tim Pool. When I realized, like, oh, he doesn't actually give a shit. He doesn't give a single fuck about the people watching him. He only cares about the money that they are giving him. Like, that killed Tim Pool for me. I was like, yeah, I can't support this dude. I can't watch his channel, everything else. And it built up for a while. Yeah, Ian. Yeah, you're a complete poser, bruh. Yeah, you're not wrong. You poser. That's just it. That's, to me, that shows a weakness. Like, and it goes to opposite of where you need to be right now. It's fine to be afraid. It's fine to be scared and all that. I could see Tim Pool canceling events. That's fine. I get that part. Like, but at the same point in time, Charlie Kirk's funeral, like, you really think somebody's going to do something at that funeral? With all the high profile people that are going to be there, what's going to happen? They're going to drop a nuke on them or something? Because there's no way they're going to let anything happen, especially if JD Vance goes, if Trump goes. Like, you're going to have secret security that is going to have that place so locked down. You, like, not even like, oh, well, we sent a couple guys. Like, no, I mean like thousands of people, thousands of bodyguards, everything else. You would have to be the dumbest human being in the world to attempt something during that funeral. Candace Owens. I like Candace Owens, but she's become Candace Jones to me. Like, not everything is Israel. Like, okay, I get it, but she like she gets way too conspiratorial about everything. And I get it. Ask questions and, find evidence and all that. And I appreciate that about her. At the same point in time, like, you got to know when to chill and when to, when to be real with things, or if you got an inside scoop, present me with all your evidence and it better be undeniable. Like, here you go. Here's undeniable evidence. So, what if he did go to Dairy Queen after the fact? Luigi Mangione, how did he get caught? He went into a restaurant after he executed a CEO of a company, of a healthcare company, right? They caught him on CCTV. He looked normal, looked like he was having a good day. Does that mean he didn't do what he did? No. Ian, wait, are you talking about Tim Pool? Somebody told him to get a wig, dress different, and all that when boarding the plane? You're kidding me. Like, Tim Pool wouldn't. Tim Pool is a multi-millionaire. It's not like he's getting on and flying third class coach with everybody else. That dude has so much money that he probably charters a private plane. Like, it's stuff like that that just, like, what are we talking about, my guy? Like, you're pretending like you're poor or that you're middle class, like I am, and you can't afford. Well, I could afford a private plane. I wouldn't do one because to me it's a waste of money. But you've got millions upon millions of dollars that you can waste and just have fun with. And like you would fly on just, I'm going to book a flight on Spirit Air if I'm Tim Pool. Like it's stuff like that where that's such a disingenuous bullshit statement of why you're afraid. Hey, you know what, Beans? More power to you. You let me know how how um how her stuff comes out, because I watch Candace. I still watch her. I think it's fun watching her. But I also, my opinion, I also see where everything is Israel. Oh, Charlie Kirk didn't agree with Israel or was turning from Israel, and that's why Israel had their hand in it and all this other stuff. I can't. It's okay, give me the evidence of that. Show me the text messages between you and Charlie Kirk where he's like, hey, Candace, BB offered me $150 million. Well, you allege he offered you $150 million. Somebody else did too, but I'm still waiting to see the receipt on it. It's little things like that. Like, I need receipts because I don't trust our mainstream media or all that stuff. And I think some people sensationalize things realistically for the money, for the clickbait. I don't fault them for that because there's plenty of people that are out there willing to believe. That's like one of the big ones with MI Atlas, the asteroid or the comet. Now I think they're calling. I think it's a comet. Is it a comet or is it an asteroid? I think they thought at first it was like just an out of interstellar like object or whatever, and now they've determined that it is actually a comet with a tail and everything else. That's fair, Beans. You know what? If that's your logic behind it, that makes sense to me. I can agree with that. That everybody is going along with the narrative, and I've told you myself, I at first I was like, oh yeah, the narrative makes sense. Like everything makes sense here, there, and the other. Right up until Cash Patel opened his cake hole on Fox News. That's when everything screwed up for me. Where I started like, well, wait a minute, is that an entry wound or an exit wound? Wait a minute, if this is the case here, that's the case there. Why would you climb up? How did you disassemble a gun without, popping the shell casing out of the chamber? Things like this that just don't make sense. Like you would have had to undo the bolt to get the gun apart. So you're going to leave, no, it would eject the shell. Like what? Like it's little things like that that have ruined my faith. So if you're watching because of that reason, I can understand. I can appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of big time celebs do. A lot of big time celebs make, maybe $100 million over the course of their careers. A couple hundred million in royalties and stuff. They don't make $4 million a month. And that's what Tim Pool does with his website and Timcast. Ricada Law actually was speaking on that. So when you break down $4 million a month, if you can't cough up $1,000 out of $4 million a month to basically get a private plane, you got either an accounting problem or you just simply don't know how to manage your damn money. I appreciate that, Beans. But yeah, I do understand. I can understand that the perspective of right now, I feel like they're lying. Like I think there is something else that they're not telling us. And now, granted, it's only been a week, so. But at the same, it all comes back to this. Tell me about Thomas Crooks. Tell me about Epstein. Tell me about JFK. Just look, okay. Well, JFK files are out there. You can read through every last damn 5,000 pages of it, right? Okay, so Lee Harvey Oswald shot at JFK, no assistance from anybody. Yeah, you guys make it seem like Israel could have had a hand in it. This one could have had organized crime could have had a hand in it. Everybody else. How about you tell me, in your professional opinion, as an FBI investigator, as government officials, what you think actually happened? Don't tell me it was just, Oswald. Say, look, yeah, Israel, he did have problems, and we cite this and we see this and everything else. Okay, that's cool. Do you think that they had him killed? Well, no, we don't. Here's the reasons why. Because you're seeing this evidence, and he wanted to get the Israeli government completely out of our political system. He made whatever group it was switch their name over to APAC doing this and all this other kind of crap. And then the but is the reason. But they don't do that. They're like, here you go. Here's all the files. You figure it out yourself there, Columbo. And you're like, brother, I don't have time to read through all these files. You don't have somebody like, we need to just train an AI that reads everything and translates the bullshit out. You like big butts and you cannot lie. You other brothers, you can't deny. But yeah, and there you go. Like Rebel, you said it perfect. You drop all these facts on us. Fact, it was this. Fact, it was that. Fact, it was the other thing. Okay, now please answer these questions for me. Why didn't you report right off the... Let's start with the easiest one. You have a suspect on the loose. Charlie Kirk's just been, somebody has clearly shot him and killed him. regardless if it was from behind, in front, whatever. We have a suspect in custody. Okay, that's a suspect. That's good. Do you have the guy who shot him? We're not sure, right? No, 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 no. You take a second suspect into custody, and then you go on the internet and you say, we got the guy, we have the suspect in custody. It's like, oh, the manhunt's done then. Okay, so you're going to release this mugshot with a picture of the suspect who shot this dude, right? No, no, we're not going to release any of those pictures. And then you vet the subject, probably sweated him down, broke his fucking balls in a small room. Find out it's not this person, and then you turn around and say, okay, it's been 12, 14 hours, whatever. Here you go. Here's what the suspect looks like. We have no leads. Like, bro, why didn't you release the picture of the suspect the moment you had it so the public is aware and like, yo, that looks like Joey. Joey Bag of Donuts, I think, did this. You know, why didn't you do that right off the rip? That's the simple one. Then, you know, it's like, oh, we've taken him into custody, all this other stuff. The news is already running with his family's MAGA and GOP and all this. Okay, that's well and that's good. That's his family. His family didn't show up at the event and assist in this assassination that we're aware of, correct? Well, but the person he's living with, you know, just happens to be a furry and transgender and all this other stuff that completely goes against everything that Charlie Kirk stood for. But because they're cooperating in your investigation, you're not going to release any information about this subject. And this is one thing that I will give Candace Owens for. Apparently, Candace Owens is talking to people that actually know the shooter's boyfriend, girlfriend, he, she, it, whatever the fuck you're going to call it. And that person's like, yeah, they hate conservatives. They're this whole mindset, and they're wicked evil, have been thrown out of like Christmas parties for the family because they're crazy as shit and all this stuff. And it's like, but the FBI didn't want to, you know, shine a spotlight there. Why is that? Why didn't you just tell us? Like, why do you keep these facts from us, but are going to present us with these other facts? Like, just tell us the whole fucking story. That's called transparency, when you present me with the whole fucking story. When I tell you guys a story, you know, I'll talk about like, you know, I don't know. I got my ass kicked one time because I hit on this dude's girlfriend and everything else. It's the first thing I say. I was being an asshole by hitting on this guy's girlfriend because that's full transparency. I'm telling you the whole story. Yeah, I did this shady shit and that guy kicked my ass. I deserved it. It's transparency because it's what happened and it's the facts. I mean, Ian, so the whole thing with, I can't even blame Trump on this because I don't think he's telling them, like, yo, you need to hide these facts. I think Trump says stuff like, hey, release all the files on Epstein, for example. And they're like, okay, but we can't release, you know, like, and they're not telling Trump this. They're like, okay, sir, no problem, sir. And then turning around and going, well, this one's under, you know, like, is locked down by this federal judge, so we can't release that, and we can't release this. Instead of just releasing all the files, having them all out there, and then, you know, like taking the backlash, like, oh, well, you can't do that and everything else. And Trump going, I told him to release all the files. Well, look, that goes up to the top, to the big guy told us, hey, fucking drop everything. If you want to sue us for it, sue us for it. But you can go fuck yourself because I'm following orders from my boss. Although I probably shouldn't say just following orders, but I'm following what my boss wanted and what he told me to put out there. And just let Trump take the heat, because Trump's got some big shoulders and he doesn't mind taking heat, especially if it's for the right reasons. Well, that's just it. Etching shit into the bullets. You're right, Rebel. Like, you're listing off all the stuff that, like, I checklist in my brain that doesn't make sense to me too. And I look, if you guys want me to give you the answers, oh, this is why, I can't. Like, I fucking can't, because a lot of the shit makes 0 sense to me too. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't understand why you do it. Why protect the shooter's boyfriend? I mean, obviously, clearly they had discussions, and you're right about the text messages. The text messages, I've never had. I can pull up shit from my game friends like Twisted or David or Rogue and show them to you guys, and they don't sound at all. I can show you text messages between me and my wife. They don't look at all like uh, these two people, like any human being that I know of, having a conversation with each other. Nobody talks like that. Even if they're insane, people just talk. Like when they text, they talk. They might talk in like leet speak, we used to call it, like L33T, leet speak, where that's some video game language, and I would recognize it right away. I was one of the first ones when Governor Cox came out and he was talking about the inscriptions on the bullets, and he's like, yeah, the one says, hey, fascists, catch up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows. I'm like, dude, that's the stratagem from fucking Helldivers 2 for the 500 kilogram bomb. Because I'm a fucking gamer. I'm like, I just started playing that game and I use that shit all the time. So it's just right there in your brain. Like at first when he said up arrow, I was like, is he going to say up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, select, start, like infinite lives? Like what the fuck? See, that's one of those things, Rebel. If it is CIA textbook, what the fuck is the CIA doing operating in America? So, very famously, the CIA goes and meets with Mossad or MI6 or whatever intelligence agency because they can't spy on Americans. Now, during the Patriot Act, the FBI definitely was watching all Americans like hardcore. And we know that thanks to uh, Edward Snowden, right? But the CIA, they have a whole different trick. They let foreign agencies spy in America on American citizens. Then they go to them and say, hey, look, we're spying in, like say, we're just saying Israel, right? CIA will go to them, sit down with, their counterpart in Mossad, say, here you go. This is, Avi, Goldberg or whatever that you're looking for. Here's all the information we have from our spy network. We're looking for, Eugene's music in America. And they trade back and forth the I got to stop using you as a reference to Eugene. You're going to get you're going to get a reputation around here. But they switch out the files with each other. And that's how they get their intel for domestics. Um, I mean, then again, Rebel, okay, so the consistency with the etchings and everything else. Are you saying that like some of them look scrawled, some of them look like, are you talking about the actual etching into the bullet itself? Because I have not seen those. I've never seen pictures of the ammo, the casings and the bullets and everything, right? Oh yeah, I agree with you 1,000% too, Ian. You're not getting away with it. And there you go, Rebel. That Rebel, you and I are of the same mind. He did do it, but why are you lying to us anyway? That's the problem I have. Why are you lying? Just he did it? Okay, great. Lay it out to us. It's not hard. Put all the conspiracies to bed. You know, how come I has anybody seen like, oh, the autopsy on Charlie Kirk? Like these were the results from the autopsy? Has anybody seen that? Found bullet and, back lung or, left lung in the far back, found it in his brain, found it, found behind stage. Has anybody seen that yet? But with everybody else that dies that's a celebrity, there's always like an autopsy report. We now know that, Gene Hackman, for example, died of this. Why aren't you doing that with Charlie Kirk? Because we visually, unfortunately all saw that shit on the internets. Okay. I want the official ruling from the official coroner that went over that body. I want to know where the bullet ended because that's going to tell me a whole bunch. I disagree, Beans. The quickest funeral ever was Thomas Crook's when a day and a half later they were like, "Oh, we cremated the body, so there's nothing to examine here." Like, wait, what? Yeah, the people saying Charlie Kirk isn't dead, that actually, that's the one that bothers me the most because that one we can all debunk. That's the one that there's no there's no makeup effect that you could pull that would do what happened. But there are people out there that I mean, again, you left a whole bunch of questions. Let's see how this came out. Yeah. All right. Might want to glue that here. All right. Let's see. Am I still plugged in? Let's hot glue this bad boy right about yeah and yeah. Oh, that shit's hot. I mean, if it was cold glue, it'd just be Elmer's. I might have to hit that one spot again. But okay, so we now have a. I have upgraded my GAM catches up. Little one. Looking sexy there, I think. Let me see. Let's get you in the frame. So now, let's just make sure I didn't fuck this up. This one's got, yep, red, green, blue, white, Puerto Rican polka dot or candy stripe. Set it in all the different modes. All right, so this one is set, guys. I'm gonna say we look good. We looking good. Red. So Beans, it's not just that. Danny Boss, shout out to him, brought something up too. He said you had guys taking down cameras on that stage, stepping through the blood, everything else. You are 1,000% right. You may have seen shit on TV, and it may be your only knowledge of it. But the first priority and the first thing they always tell investigators and stuff, and I know this not just from TV, but having a father in law who's ex FBI, who's done sting operations, everything else, having a very good friend that is a homicide detective, the first thing they do is you lock the crime scene, you touch nothing, and you bring in the forensic team. You keep it all locked down till you're done. Look at the stabby track star thing. There were how many people there? Soon as it happened, they locked down that scene, moved everybody the fuck out from the tents. Like, we don't give a shit if it's raining, you get the fuck out of here. Right? You preserve the crime scene for any type of evidence. And you're right, they didn't do that, Beans. That is a huge question. That's a very good and very honest question. Why didn't you preserve the scene for evidence? So, Eugene, I agree with you. flat out, there are two things that we know as fact. Number one, Charlie Kirk is dead, unfortunately. Could it be, would it be amazing if that wasn't the case? It would be. Unfortunately, we know, we all know. Anybody who saw the video knows that man is unfortunately no longer with us. We know that for the fact. The other part that is, I'm not going to, it's 95%. I'm pretty, 95% sure. So I'm going to leave that little 5%. But the alleged shooter, the one that they have in custody, is the guy who pulled the trigger and ended Charlie Kirk's life. Those are the two things we know. Everything else in this investigation is so fucked up, so clouded, and such bullshit that I can't even find excuses, explanation, or anything else why you're handling it this way. Ian, you are a better person for that shit. The stuff I watched the other night, I've watched 15 different videos of people getting tagged in the neck. We'll just say it that. We'll say it in a polite way. And some of them, surprised I slept at all last night. It's probably why my neck hurts. Probably was like tossing and turning in my sleep with fucking subconscious shit stuck up there, right? There was just it left me with so many damn questions. And the problem is I'm not getting those answers. And supposed to be, do we have transparency when it comes to policy? Do we have transparency when it comes to press conferences, things like that? Yeah, we do. Do we have actual, just lay that shit out to us? Dan Bongino, I found hugely credible when he was on Fox News talking about it. You could see it in his face. Kash Patel, every time that man opens his mouth, I hear a bureaucrat spouting nonsense most of the time. Every now and again, he'll do something and I'm like, yeah, you owned a lib, or, something like this. But that isn't what I need the head of the FBI to be. I need them to be somebody who is knocking out bad guys. And Pam Bondi, sorry, just my opinion on it. And it's pretty much my opinion on Kash and Bongino. But Pam Bondi, that girl just needs to be fired. Get somebody in there who is seriously competent. You know what? I even hate kind of saying this. Kind of wish Matt Gaetz had gotten approved as the attorney general. He strikes me more of the guy that would have already been all over this shit. Like a crackhead on a bag of rock. He would have just been all over it. Well, yeah, I mean, so technically you're right. And your opinion's fine. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it. I think it was meant. I think you're right, though. I think it was meant for people to see. Now, regardless if that was government people, the American public, I'm not saying the government, I think made it where they wanted people to see that. I think it was more that the person who did it wanted a lot of people to see it. So this way people were afraid. I mean, it had the opposite effect, and thank goodness it did. Because I mean, it's not like we were watching Fox News and they showed all that on Fox News or CNN or any of the main. It was, the video I saw was a video I had to get from the UK from David. All right, Mr. GAM catches up. Jim, I just lost my planet. I can tell you I'm emotionally compromised. I mean, I've said this before. I didn't wish harm on Charlie Kirk. He wasn't like somebody I really followed all that much or watched all that much, though, if I'm being honest. Because to me, it was just Steven Crowder, like, or Ben Shapiro again. And it didn't really affect me all that much. But some of you guys, like, man, that's what hurt me more than anything else was the reaction from you guys. I was like, God damn, like I said, when I got people that are comparing them to Jesus and I know they're religious, I'm like, is that like blasphemy or like you guys really felt that strong? And everybody's like, yeah, we really felt this strongly. I'm like, dude, damn. Beans, I was just about to go into that too. Brother, Ian, yeah, that's what I'm saying too. I've seen some really, really terrible shit in life, and that's why I kind of like I feel for that family, for that woman. And he was a good man. But Steven Crowder, as Beans just said, on Piers Morgan was amazing. I found respect for Steven Crowder again because of it. Steven Crowder, for good or ill, for as much as I didn't like the way he treated his wife, felt he was acting like a spoiled bitch. Something with this broke something inside of him. Like he is legit on a no fucks given tour. Like I mean zero. He gives none. And he is not screwing around. Piers Morgan had Steven Crowder on with Joe Walsh. I want to say the guy's name is, who used to be a Republican. He's got serious, severe TDS and all this stuff. Man, he shut Joe Walsh down at every turn to where Joe Walsh looked like he was afraid to answer a question. And Steven Crowder went off and he's like, if I could go back in time, the one thing that I would talk about, he's like, and I didn't because I was afraid people were going to copycat and all this other stuff. And the one thing I should have warned Charlie Kirk about was that, for every one of those change my minds I did, I would go back and find my car tires slashed. I would get death threats. I would have somebody trying to assault me personally. I would have this happen. I would have that happen. The other thing happen. And I was silent about it. And I should have opened my mouth. Yeah. Crowder's like, everybody's yelling about no violence. And he's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm 1,000% saying that no, we need to. Somebody attacks you, you're going to have to be violent. Let me pop this cord out because I am going to have to figure out this whole little windy thing, which is such a shame because I'm going to have to cut this down. I got to figure out how much I'm going to need to cover the entire sign. It's going to be a pain in the ass. All right, there we go. There's end of roll for this crap. It's funny, it doesn't feel like 6.5 feet, I'll tell you that much. my tape here. Come down to here. That's the only problem. How the hell am I going to do this? Because I was hoping this was going to be flat wire LED, and it's not. It's like fat LED. Yeah, yeah. Pierce did. He did stomp Don Lemon out because the whole thing was he asked Don Lemon like, "Do you think this is the reason?" What did he say? Do you think this is the reason that this happened? Don Lemon's like, "Oh, I never agreed we were going to talk about that." And Pierce is like, "Okay, so we never agreed we'd talk about that, but what, I can't ask you a question?" And like Don Lemon just like came back on him all nasty, and Pierce was like, "You're being a dick." Like he said it right to him. He was just like, "You're being a dick." I thought that little exchange was fantastic. Like Piers Morgan just like, "Yeah, no, I'm not in it for this bullshit. Like I'm not I'm not accepting your bullshit answer, sir." About the left, right, or anything else. Like I'll ask the questions. I'm interviewing you. You need to be here, there, Mr. Lemon, because your streaming career is dog shit, and I'm Piers Morgan, and I'm doing all right. Like I just thought that was funnier than all get out. Like it tickled me because Don Lemon is a piece of shit, and Don Lemon kept saying like I'm not a Democrat. I'm like, bro, if you're not a Democrat, then what are? Oh, you're a leftist. Like you're beyond moderate Democrat or anything like this. You're a left. You're a full blown lefty. Like there is no redemption arc for you, sir. Like Chris Cuomo, kind of he's got a little bit of a redemption arc to him, but this dude like just nothing. Okay, I can use actually the full strip. I don't even need to cut this. And Eugene, you're 1,000% right. There is way too much hatred in people's heart nowadays. Um, Not just that, there's too much intolerance, in my opinion. People aren't tolerant of others' views, like, or willing to accept that, hey, maybe I could be wrong. Like, I'm willing to accept, hey, maybe I'm wrong. I like to think I know what I'm talking about most times because I try to research it, and some stuff I feel that, yes, I am. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But then there's other shit where it's like, if you can hit me and hit me where I don't know the answer to it, then I'm going to try and find the answer. And if that question that you've asked me has come back and with like, oh, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that is a good question. Let me look into this a little deeper. And there's a logical, you know, solution, not an emotional one, but a logical one. Then I'm going to be able to tell you. But if I can't sit there and say, yes, this is what it was, and I've got it, then I feel like a complete asshole. So that's even worse because it's like I want to be open, honest, and all that other stuff. And the shittiest part is when I go, guys, I don't have the answer. That's one thing I hate. I need to see if this thing's actually laying out right. Let me see if this actually works. Oh dear Lord. Here we go. Let's see if I just like all of a sudden it goes zzz, everything shuts down. Give me my little tiny thingy here. We'll turn you on. There we go. Okay, those are those lights. Come on, switch to red. The what you call it on this isn't super good. Let me kill all these lights and see how this is coming out. Need to see how much light I'm getting through. Dear Lord, finding two little switches you think would be easier. Let's see. That's just one strip going back and forth. It's already looking brighter. Oh yeah, dude, Cuomo is a complete piece of shit. Like so, this is both Cuomo brothers are just like complete scumbags, in my opinion. But at the same point in time, this is how bad it is. Like the whole race mayoral race in like New York, Cuomo is a complete turd and all that, and he's still better than the guy who's probably going to end up being the governor. That's how bad things are when you're like, yeah, this guy, he's a complete piece of shit, killed a whole bunch of old people and all that. He's still better than what this other dude has planned. Like, this other dude is so bad, he is going to destroy the entire city. Like, at least Cuomo's just going to fuck it up a little bit, you know? like, talk about lesser of two evils, that kind of bit. And, yeah. And it's not even like, oh, in my opinion or anything. No, the stuff you're espousing has been tried and has failed repeatedly. And you're still like, no, we got to do it this way. Like, yeah, you're angling to destroy things at this point. Then, if you stick with your narrative. Oh shit! I think I just broke the circuit. Oh, there we go. There we go. I had the circuit back for a second. Come on. No. One of these little capacitors must have bent wrong and broke. Shit. Somewhere in here. Come on, you can flex. Ah, shit. It's this brake line. Right here. That little line just broke, I think. Internal. And that cuts the circuit. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Shit. Come on. You can do it. You can do it, baby. Come on. I don't want to lose like all those LEDs. Shit. Damn it, guys. What am I supposed to like not flex this stuff? There we are. Ah, come on, unflex. Goddamn cheap ass ribbon LED. I can get it to stick somewhere over here. Gotta be gentle. Being a little rough with this shit. I may just cut it right there. Shit. Of course, I go and rip it up like that, and what happens? Yeah, it fires right back up. I could. I went with a cheap option. Try and fix this thing. Because I do really like this sign. Like, it's definitely decent construction, decently made. The LEDs on it were shit. Yeah, that shit's broken. That brake right there just screwed it all up. Maybe. Never gonna know. Does your garden grow? Let me see if I can do it this way and get away with it. I need to get rid of this paper towel is sticking to the backing tape, which shout out to Better Homes and Gardens who make this LED line. You guys need to partner with 3M because I don't know where you're getting your adhesive, but it's dog shit. I may have to hot glue tack this shit on there. But if I can get around that bend and that break in that wire, like so. Really? Really? It's like working with a fucked up balloon, if I'm being quite honest. And that should better come back. Is that the break point right here? God damn it. No, it can't be because that light's on, or that LED is on. So the break point is somewhere further up the board. It's like in here is a break point. Come on. Kick back on, damn it. I don't want to hot glue gun this shit down. You guys can hear me tinging it, huh? Something like right here. Yeah, they're starting to stabilize. I mean, I still got shit. I still got that vibrational shake, but they're not as crazy as they were. This is usually the shake I have when I'm painting. Well, actually, a little bit less than this, but it's definitely much better than they were before. Before, man, you could have handed me a milkshake and that shit would have been everywhere. Like, I would have been like, here you go. You could have handed me some ice cream and some milk, just put it in my hands, and it would have been all over the place. I'm like snapping and popping the back too, which helps. Oh. Tell you what doesn't help though is when things want to fight against you. If I hold that down like that, that sucks. I mean, here's the thing, guys. I glue this fucker down. If I glue this fucker down like this, yeah, see, like it just turned off. That's pissing me off. The rest of the string is like looking good. It's right there. Something right here. I can't figure out where the break is either to fix it. What do you guys think? Should I cut it? Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep doing that. Fuck. That's the whole thing. Doing this is one thing. Hitting a brushstroke, different story. Oh, that piece of it is complete trash now. That's one of those questions like, ask a good Christian or what have you about turning the other cheek. Well, the Bible says turning the other cheek and you're just going to keep getting smacked and get the shit beat out of you, right? And I watched somebody, I want to say it was Wes Huff for some reason. It was somebody like that who's super knowledgeable. And they're like, that's not what that means. Doesn't mean that you just keep letting somebody take advantage of you, even if you know they're doing evil or they're going to do evil and do harm. And they went into a whole explanation. I should probably look that up. God damn it! All right, I am firing up the hot glue gun because that is the only way I'm going to get this crap to stay in place. Their adhesive is terrible. If I can actually find it. What the hell did I just do with the hot glue gun? Guys, I'm retarded. Mm. Um, that's just it. Owning your enemies. I mean, the most difficult thing you can do is turn an enemy into a friend. There's definitely people in my past that I saw as enemies that ended up becoming pretty good friends. So there was this one girl in like high school, for example, and well, like I was doing my game thing, but she ended up getting a boyfriend named Bill who was really into her and all that stuff. And he was always like, because I was still friends with the girl, I wasn't doing anything with her at that point. And he was always like pissed off and like a dickhead to me. And I was like, all right, dude, well, we can throw down and all this. And we almost did it quite a few times. And then the two of them had broken up, and the two of us actually became really good friends after they broke up. It was weird. Yeah, I mean, technically, we are owned by no one. There is a way that the stuff that you own, though, can own you. Like if you get over your skis with credit card debt and all that kind of stuff, there's definitely a way that those things can own you. Touche, Beans. Touche. If you own the property, you got to pay your property tax, or the county seizes it if you fail to pay the mortgage. Does the house, the bank owns the house, so you all that kind of stuff. Ian, you're right. There are some people that blood feuded, and there is no way you're stopping a blood feud. But you just said the most key part you just said there, Ian, is back in the day when you threw hands. Kids don't throw hands anymore. They're afraid to throw hands. For some reason, and in a way, I do kind of blame video games and the internet for this one. Some people feel that they have the impunity and the ability to just talk whatever shit they want with no consequences to someone. And then when they get their ass kicked for it, then all of a sudden they're the victim. And it's like, bro, you kept stoking a fire till it got out of hand and it burned you. And that's part of the problem. People can't people don't like arguing with their words anymore, and if they do, they'll say something like, Like, oh yeah, well that guy's we'll say like a fascist, right? Or he's a Nazi, and you're like, okay, define a fascist to me. What does a fascist do? And they just look at you like, oh, you know what a fascist is. And it's like, no, actually, I don't. Explain to me what fascism is and how it works. Well, it's like bad and stuff. It's not good to be a fascist, like they have evil points of view. And okay, so explain what those points of view are. Well, here, talk to this person. Maybe they can explain it to you. They don't even know what the fuck they're saying anymore. Yeah, you can find videos of this all over the interwebs. Just people, of young people out there at rallies and stuff, and will get asked that one simple question, and they don't know how to answer. I mean, I'm sure older people can answer that, but the younger generation, they just, oh, that's what I was told is they're a fascist. It's like, God, what was that one chick? I can't remember her name. And she's like, oh, she's an Assad toady on Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan's like, what's a toady? And she couldn't answer what a toady was. And it's like, yo, you're a journalist. How do you not know what a toady is? I mean, for me, the internet, the internet's definitely become day to day life, Eugene. Like the internet has absolutely become kind of day to day life, but at the same point in time, I don't think I'm out here calling anybody names or starting shit. So, trying to have that message of positivity. Come on, you can bend. Just don't want to bend you in half. I just want to get a corner. Do the same thing here and bring it around like that. Hopefully, I can get it to stick a little. Don't want to go too deep on the bend into the diodes. Where's Forever demonetized when I need him? He knows how to do this shit in his sleep. Which conversation, Ian? Well, I mean, I'm all about the, free speech. Reason why I don't block anybody from the channel, stuff like this, even if I seriously disagree with them, because I want them to state their position. I want to hear their voice. Explain to me why I'm an asshole besides, what everybody already knows. Explain to me why I'm wrong in my thinking. I still have I still have yet, like, I can be wrong on something and I'll apologize for it, but I still have yet to have somebody be like, "Oh yeah, you're completely wrong about this aspect of life." And it's like, "Well, tell me tell me. I want to learn." And nobody ever tells me. Shit. Load. Oh, okay, just messing. Okay, just making sure. I thought I said some dumb shit. Like, that's just it. I'll remember stuff you guys say, and there's shit that, like, if I repeat myself, I apologize. Because, again, you talk for 8 hours at a time, you're going to say a lot of things and a lot of shit. And sometimes you don't always remember everything you said. That's why, like, it's like if you come at me and say, but you said, I'll say, okay, when did I say that? And I'll go back and look. Be like, oh, yeah, I did say that. I am an asshole. Thank you. Oh, shit. Bean saying she's going to go get ice cream is like a crackhead saying, like, yo, I'm going to go get some rock. Like, it's not good. She's going to go off the chain here in a minute, guys. Nah, you didn't say any dumb shit. It's usually me who says the dumb shit, sir. You know, you put a microphone in somebody's face, say, hey, monkey, talk for 5 hours, and, you know, that's what happens. That's fair, Beans. I agree with you. Or a follow up, you know? You might have said something after the fact and I missed it. But then again, there's also times where you think I'm mean to you, and I'm actually just, you know, asking a question. You're like, forget it. You don't understand. You're a retard. Shut up. You're stupid. Sit down. Or I'm just joking around. I do fuck about. I do fuck about quite a bit. Oh my god. Oh, that was a bad time for my hand to skip. I just glued this shit out of my hand. Ah. Ian's like, she's taunting us lactose intolerant people. Yeah, true. True that. Rebel, you must have done that before. Like, hit yourself with like hot glue. Like, the hand shook right at the moment I pulled the trigger. And like when it did, I just felt like, I'm like, why is my finger like burning right now? Like, oh shit. Yeah, that hurt. That hurt a little. Lord. All this wacky craziness with these LED fucking things. Should have just left it blank and just put it up. Probably would have been sexier anyway. But I'm a Riri. Let's finish light boarding the shit out of this thing. Will I be able to get the wrap all the way around? Let me see how far this thing goes before it ends. All right, so it's going to go in there. It looks like I'm going to get a Rowan and some of lights. Let's see. It's there. This is going to go into that wrap. I'll come over here to this wrap, and that's a wrap. Shit, come on. Yeah, they definitely need to invest in 3M and have them hook them up with adhesive, I think. And as David would say, he could piss in a straighter line than I'm fucking doing this glue gun shit. Come on, hand, stop shaking. Oh, thank God I didn't try to do Freddy Krueger. I'd have been so pissed off. I'd have been crying. Uh, Probably should have put some white backing paper under there or something. Worst case, I can rip it off and just buy another one next time. They sell these things like, I think Walmart, and they're cheap as fuck. Oh, for good reason. Come on, hand, work. I can't get that wrapped out under a little bit more. I don't want to jinx myself, but I just had the worst thought possible. Like, what if I get right to the end and then kink it again and break like right at the very end and kink it and break it? Don't you kink, son of a bitch. Oh, no kink. No kinks, no kinks, no kinks. Got it. Oh. Need that glue to like cool down. Cool down glue. That loop is just too tight, so it keeps pulling the glue up. Lube you up like a belly button. If you know, you know. I'm gonna fill you up like a belly button. I used to have the enzymes to produce or process lactose. That shit didn't happen until I was way older. Who knows? I don't know if it's all the whiskey. I don't know. Somewhere along the line, I damaged myself. That's all I can come up with because neither of my parents are lactose intolerant at all. So one genetic. I just need to get glue there. Circuit board's going to be visible from the other side. 1000% is. Let's see. Oh, God, I got to clean up all that fucking excess glue, though. Like, right here's where I glued my damn hand. Shit. It looks like I got excited on the front of this thing. I mean, you can say gamer words, but remember, well, hell, if we were on Rumble, I think you can use whatever gamer word you want. As a matter of fact, one of the things I was looking at was being able to dual stream not just a Rumble, but a couple other platforms too. Including the most dreaded one, TikTok. But I don't know if they actually allow streaming on there. Like, I mean, you guys see how long the stream goes for. You think I could get away with that on TikTok? Good lord. All right, let's see. How did I do? Oh, damn it. Get the paintbrush out of there. I got glue like flying every which way. That thing looks like it tore free from something. Oh, it did. Shit. Really need to hammer glue that right there. Oh, shit. Son of a. That crap off the GAM. Get the desired effect. Oh. Turn that one out. Turn this one out. It's the remote for the other side. Let's see. It's as bright as it goes, I think. Yeah. I think that looks a bit better. That blue, purple, fuchsia. Green's definitely creepy. Or comes across creepy. I kind of feel like I should move the circuit board, like break this free, just double it up, and it looks like it's tearing off down here too. So that's telling me right there, not a good sign. I may have to rewrap this later. We all got excited in front of that thing. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, it came out all right. Not exactly what I was hoping for, if I'm being quite honest. I was hoping that this this LED strip would be a little bit more like I could twist it in a knot if I needed to. I'm not liking the like as you guys can't see. Well, you can kind of see how you have the like little pieces sticking out because you can't fold it in on itself, or it'll do like it did the first time and snap it. So it's like sitting here fussing around with this, trying to tiptoe and not break the wire while it's attached. It's like this rubber encased LED instead of just flat ribbon LED like the other one. The other one only had like 5 lights to it, though. This one's got one every like millimeter or something. But I think that's better. I think that looks okay. I think it'll make it through. Let's see. Put that around and like the right here is a little dark for my liking because I only got one layer instead of two. Don't over. Ian's like, don't overthink it, man. Like you're thinking about this way too hard. Don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. Let's see, what other settings does this thing have? That kind of works. More, I'm more digging the brighter colors like the blues and the greens and stuff, and the red. PMRC. How the hell do I know that? So well, all right. Here's the problem. Your best gaming platform for the money, if you were to go buy something, I recommend a PC. Steam, you can get the games cheap. The Epic Store, they give away free games, all that kind of stuff. You get a lot of games way before they ever hit the consoles, and a lot of the console exclusives now, like Sony and all that, with the exception of Nintendo, every other console goes to PC. But it's also what type of gaming do you like? So, for example, if you like more Japanese role play games, for the most part, single player like adventure games and stuff like that, like God of War, what have you, then PlayStation 5 is the way you want to go. Xbox is more, it's closer to PC gaming, but it's still a console. And their offerings lately have been negligible, in my opinion. Like actual pure Microsoft offerings have been like, they're all right. They're fun to play, but they're okay. But every system has its perks and all that. The only one that will not get my money is Nintendo. Nintendo will not get my money for Switch 2. I got a Switch 1, and it's cool for some of the Nintendo games, but ever since they switched over from whoever their last president of Nintendo was to these two new guys that are president, it they don't lower prices on games. They're like, oh no, people will pay for games at like a ridiculous price. They don't lose their value, so we need to always, like, any Mario game isn't going to be less than like $40. You know what I mean? At best. They used to do the greatest hits where it was like, oh, this game sold like a couple million copies, so we're going to drop it to $20 so everybody can play it now. And they don't do that anymore. Twisted, oh my God, Twisted Sister was cited. Um, actually, shout out to him because you're right, Eugene. Back in the day, Tipper Gore and all them were trying to censor music, and they it was it was Twisted Sister, D. Snyder from Twisted Sister, testifying before Congress, because they wanted to do. That's how we got the parental advisory. Naughty lyrics in here, little symbols. But they were originally going to start banning stuff because of Two Live Crew, as nasty as they want to be. That album was the one that set them off into a frenzy. And then the person who came out in the name of free speech and just blew everybody the hell away was Bob Denver. Bob Denver testified, and his testimony changed everybody's mind. Pam Bondi, I've definitely seen somebody like Pam Bondi before. I don't know, and yeah, PMRC. I didn't remember it being called that. I couldn't remember what it was called, but you're right, Eugene. I do remember all that. Pam Bondi, the energy from her, it's different. Like I've definitely seen somebody. like in recent memory, that reminds me a lot of Pam Bondi. She's not hard on the eye, like terrible, ugly, like woman or old or anything like that. She always talks bullshit. Um, she doesn't mind censoring people, and I'm trying to remember who Pam Bondi reminds me of, like a lot. Yeah, and that was an awesome moment 6. And Ian, that's cool. PS4 to 5, I don't know what the difference is. I'd have to ask my son. Well, actually, my son doesn't even have a PS5. He kept his 4 and he's happy with it. The trick is, which one do you play more of? Like Xbox, or do you play the PlayStation more, or the Nintendo? Um, I know who Pam Bondi reminds me of, and you guys are probably going to hate me for this one. Pam Bondi reminds me of Kamala Harris without the word salad. That's who she reminds me of. She reminds me of Kamala Harris without the word salad. She doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, actually, now I'm thinking about it, that's exactly who she reminds me of. I mean, take away the laugh in the word salad from Kamala Harris, make her a white chick with blonde hair, and you got Pam Bondi. um, I actually appreciate Jen Psaki when she was the spokesperson for Biden, the press person, whatever the hell they're called. I can't. It's escaping my brain right now. But Jen Psaki, you could tell she was polished, professional, and she could spin something any which way she wanted. And then Corinne Jean Pierre was, oh my God, what a disaster. So you want a Game Boy? Well, that's just it. In that case, you just want a Game Boy and Super Nintendo. What you want to do is get a PC, and then you want to download a MAME emulator, and you can grab each one of those. Like you can grab all that stuff for free. You don't have to pay for it. There's ways, there's sites, there's all that kind of stuff where you can get it and play all those games, for all those old school games for free. And you can buy a controller that looks like a Super Nintendo controller for your PC that's USB and just plug it in. I mean, I used to be so some stuff like I'm happy I have the physical media of because they went and changed it. It's the same way like this is something, and you guys are going to laugh at me for this one. So my wife is always like, "Oh, I got this unabridged. I got this book unabridged." And I'm like, "What the hell's the difference between the abridged version and the unabridged version?" And then she pulled out a book that she had an abridged version of and an unabridged. And she showed me the difference. And I was like, so wait, one's a censored version, basically, is what you're telling me? And she's like, yeah, anytime you're reading the abridged version, it's censored, unabridged is uncensored. I'm like, what? Why did I never know this? And I felt like a total retard. So that's my wife's got all the books. I used to have all kinds of different videos and all that kind of stuff. Um, it was like the movie. I don't know, and this is a dumb one, but Gremlins 2, the new batch. I had seen it in the movie theater, and then I saw it on home video. And when I saw it in the movie theater, I was laughing my ass off because there's one scene where they screw up the movie and it shows the inside of a movie theater and all this. Well, in the actual cinema version, I might have this backwards. It might be the home and the cinema version, but I think it's the cinema version. It was Hulk Hogan. And he's like, "You want the Hulkster to come up there and tear you little rodents apart, you gremlins? You better turn the movie back on. The Hulkster's watching this and enjoying it and all that." And is cutting a full promo, tears his shirt, the whole 9 yards. And I thought it was hysterical. So when that scene came up in the home version, all of a sudden it cut in and it was John Wayne instead. And John Wayne started shooting him. I think it was John Wayne. And John Wayne was like shooting the gremlins. And I thought I was nuts. I was like, wait, I swear to God, that was Hulk Hogan. Or I thought that was John Wayne or whatever, like whichever way it went. And then I found out later that they changed it out from the home version and the theatrical version. Yeah, I hear that one too, Ian. You got one from Amazon, like one of the they're like basically a MAME emulator in a handheld or in a console. It's like 10,000 games in one console and you all that stuff. Yeah, the guys that got all that stuff together and everything else when I first set up, because I have an arcade system in my back room, and it's called damn, what is that thing called? Legends Arcade Ultimate or something, Ultimate Legends Arcade, something like this. But it has a thing called Bring Your Own Games, and you could take a memory stick and plug it in there, and you had to put them in a certain file called a UCE file. And these guys went and I mean every Sega Genesis, everything from Atari 2600 up to Sega Genesis is basically on there, including some Nintendo 64. They don't really work right. Panasonic 3DO on there, Sega Saturn's on there, like up from to like 32-bit systems basically will play on it. And these guys like compiled it all together. Well, they did something to the system to break all that, and I was actually one of the guinea pigs. They sent me out the test files for it to see if it worked on my system. Now, I could have bricked my system, but I was like, yeah, I'll take the risk. I'll do it, guys. I'll be the first one. And it worked, and I'm still friends with one of those dudes. Look at that. Oh, it broke free. You bastard. Oh, Billy. Oh. Shit. It did break free. It wants to break free. The LCDs, they want to break free. Yeah, see, Eugene, I just did it myself, though. Like, that's just it. It was like, uh, I don't want to expose too much on the interwebs, so this way these guys don't get in trouble. But they have a way. There is a site where if you wanted to do this yourself and you reach out to me, I'll give you a link to the site and you can go there and you can download all that stuff for free. But I am going to tell you now, it is over a terabyte worth of shit to download. So the raspberry pies are really, really cool. This isn't a raspberry pie though. Like this is an actual full blown. I think. Well, Beans would remember. Out of everybody, I think Beans is one of the only ones that was around and actually watched me go into it. Do you remember when I went on Twitch and streamed the arcade? Because the arcade setup actually has a link where you can link into Twitch and stream out to Twitch. And like I was going in and playing the old Superman arcade game, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Simpsons, like all the old school arcade games, but it also has all those consoles on there too. Oh, Billy. Yeah, E Rock always gets a kick out of that one. You took a picture of your food for the past year. My God. Welcome back, Miss Sheree. How are you? How's everything going? Shout out to Rick James, too. Shout out to Stranded Lifeworm, who's probably asleep and waiting to go to work. Guessing the other stream finally ended, and is everything good over there? Everything was good. You had a good stream. Sheree just comes in and she's just like, here you go. Here's everybody that subs to the channel that we promote, which is everybody. Thank you, Sheree. Um, that's not good. What do you mean you survived allegedly? Was it did you have a whole bunch of shitheads in there? If you guys haven't already smashed that like, por favor. So when you say there's lots of weird, I love this part. I love interacting with somebody who like is a amazing moderator and like pays attention to everything. Right? It always cracks me up. A lot of weirdos lately. I could believe that they're coming out of the woodwork. Well, new people and yeah, new ideas and language coming out of their mouth. You know, it's going to happen. Stranded's like waving to everybody, like, "Yo, I didn't fall asleep. I'm just sitting here listening. I was, I was baking cookies, and listening to the stream, and you guys shouted me out. It's about goddamn time. I was counting the minutes. I was like looking at my watch, like, yo, they're talking all this shit about, you know, different press conferences and putting their nut sacks on drum sets and all this silliness. And yeah, I was just waiting for that shout out so I could wave to everybody. Yeah, there you go, Ian. That's where I'm at with it too. That's Sheree's an awesome mod, and she gets a beating every now and again. It's one of those things where Sheree can't say stuff because she's a good moderator, right? So she can't come out and be like, "Motherfucker, I will blacken your eyes, both of them at the same time." Right? Let me get the Vaseline on. Let me get the razor blade. You know, I'm gonna cut a bitch so bad that you wish I know cut a bitch so bad. And that's where if I'm in the chat, Steve Kerfuffle was another one's in the chat. Mr. Beans, like, a lot of us, if we're in the chat while that stream's going on, we can pipe up and we can talk shit and get away with it because we realize, putting stress on Sheree. So that's one of those things. I usually like to check on that stream or whatever, what's going on in the chat, so I can go in real quick, hammer somebody out, and just haha, game was here, kind of thing. But yeah, when I'm streaming at the same time, I can't be watching chat on another stream. It's is what it is. So I always like to ask Sheree, was everything cool tonight and all that when she gets in. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those damn things. Like we got to watch out for each other, stuff like that. Um, when you're in other places, especially if somebody's like I said, Sheree is one of the nicest human beings I've encountered on the internet, and I've met a lot of people on the internet. So it speaks very highly to her character, and it pisses me off when somebody messes with her. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Yeah, Sheree does, and some of the stuff, like like I said, the last time I was in there, you had some weird dude who just kept saying, Massa Charlie, like Massa Charlie, like is dead. The plantation's over, or something like that. Like some shit like, and it's like, dude, really? Like he just passed away too. You're a scumbag. Like take that shit another night maybe, but don't be a scumbag. And like I hopped in legitimately just to chew him a new ass, and then Sheree had already banned him by that point. But we don't need that. That's unproductive conversation, Um, and saying I didn't agree with his policies. Shame he's dead. Sorry for you guys lost. I'll see my way out. Well, you're a class act at that point, my man. Stuff like that. What in like? So that's just it. So you said the weirdos are coming out. Are they left weirdos or are they right weirdos, Sheree? Like were they a mixed bag? Were they leaning one way? Was it people just being like absolute trolls and just being dicks? What kind of ugliness did you have to put up with tonight? I guess is what I'm asking you. Oh, far left. Really? Man, are they like stupid? Like at that point, are you just dumb? Like you're gonna come in here with that nonsense. Like you're going to somebody who's clearly a conservative show, right? And you're gonna talk that nonsense. It's like, what do you think's gonna happen to you? Like, what point are you making out there in the world? Ian, I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes and these motherfucking chats. I mean, trolling conservative channels, but what are you achieving? Like eventually, this is the thing. It goes back to what I was, what Ian had said about, like, yeah, well, usually when you threw hands, like you just straighten stuff out with one another. You know, you're behind a keyboard. Like, would you talk that shit if you were in real life in front of somebody? Because I'm not conservative. I'm not liberal. I'm just right in the middle on 99% of the shit I talk about, right? I try to see both sides of an argument, all that stuff. But if you're in my face talking some shit in the real world, I'm going to look around, make sure that, there's no cops on me, and I'm punching you right in the fucking mouth, my friend, allegedly. Forever. Yeah, you're right. A couple hours ago, like you'd have to be stupid to do anything at that funeral. Right, exactly, forever. And like now, how stupid are you? Like, eventually, if you keep poking at somebody and keep prodding at them, and they could be the most patient, God like fearing person in this world, and you keep poking at them, prodding at them, poking at them, prodding at them, eventually they're going to snap. And when they do, all that anger that is built up over all this time, they're going to beat the ever loving God out of you. Eugene, you forgot to use allegedly. I think Ian got you covered, but make sure you're saying allegedly when you say things like that. We do not promote violence. But yeah, and that's just it. You got to be careful. God damn it. This one might get me a copyright strike, but I got to find it. I find it pertinent right now. So I've got to find this and play this. Let's see. Let me see. All right, here we go. Let me hit this.
Get this lion.
There it is. All right, guys. Hopefully you can hear this. I will pop it up on screen so you can see this too. So there's an old movie. It was called Pool Hall Junkies. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but in it, Christopher Walken gives this whole speech to this one kid. And like, this is kind of where everything's at right now. Okay. This is kind of where I'm seeing it at right now. And this is the kind of speech that I would give to people on the left that want to fuck with conservatives in this moment.
Get this lion. He's the king of the jungle. Huge mane out there. He's laying down under a tree in the middle of Africa. He's so big. He's so hot. He doesn't want to move. Now, the little lion cubs, they start messing with him. Biting his tail, biting his ears. He doesn't do anything. The lioness, she starts messing with him, coming over, making trouble. Still, nothing. Now, the other animals, they notice this, and they start to move in. The jackals, hyenas, they're barking at him, laughing at him. They nip his toes and eat the food that's in his domain. They do this, and they get closer and closer and bolder, till one day, that lion gets up and tears the shit out of everybody, runs like the wind, eats everything in his path. Because every once in a while, the lion has to show the jackals who he is.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm at with things. Like, yo, you keep poking that fucking lion. You keep fucking with them. And eventually you got to they're going to show you why. Why they man, I hate always doing this because I bring him up a lot because I love the man and he watched out for me. But Guido, that was Guido. Guido was the goddamn lion. He he always had this tolerance and everything else, and I never understood why he had this tolerance, why he had this patience and everything when he was bigger than everybody and stronger than like most people I knew, and you know, one punched like people and all this kind of stuff. I never understood for the longest time. Why does he always have this restraint? Why is he always so patient? Why don't you just knock that dude around and like call it a day? And he was like, when it's time, you know. But up until that time, I look trying to be diplomatic, try and always find some way of common ground. And you know, he was peaceful. But man, when it was time to show that he was the lion, and those gloves came off, it was over. It was lights out time, and it was terrifying. You didn't test his patience like that, and you know, I love that man. He taught me though to always be diplomatic. You know, stop being so angry all the time. Stop so you know always trying to fight and all that. But we're at that point where people in general are just they're tired of sitting back and letting shit happen to them, letting people cancel them, letting people take their jobs, or you know, well, no, sorry, you're fired. Why? Because you said Biden was an old senile bastard, but he is. Doesn't matter, you know. Facts don't care about your feelings. Ha ha ha. You know, shit like that. And yeah, now that pendulum has started to swing back the other way, and I call for peace, I call for tolerance and all that stuff. But I also call for self defense too. If you're, you know, don't let somebody just beat the hell out of you and, you know, oh, well, turn the other cheek. Well, okay, you turn the other cheek and they now hit you in the face with a cinder block. It's the same way I always tell people don't, you know, everybody always says keep your chin up, keep your chin. Oh, you know, keep your chin up. Like everything will be all right. Never keep your chin up. You put your chin up, that's the easiest way to get knocked out. Always look ahead, always look forward, because then you can see if somebody's taking a shot at you. Eugene, did I ever watch The Matrix? A hell of a lot. I must have seen that movie in the theater. The original Matrix with Keanu Reeves and Lawrence Fishburne, and yeah, I must have watched that movie. I saw it 4 times in the movie theater, 4 different occasions, including on day one, like opening day, and then was disappointed by the other two Matrix movies. But the first one, yeah, I loved it. And then I don't know how many times on home video to a point where I can't even watch that anymore. I can't. Yeah, I mean, turning the other cheek, you know, not flying off the handle, all that stuff goes so far. But when somebody's out to hurt you, defend yourself. Don't go quietly into the night, so to speak. Don't just sit there and don't let bad things happen. Don't be a victim. And discretion is the better part of valor. Sometimes it is smarter to walk away than end up in a hospital bed. But, you know, if it's to move away and regroup, it's not cowardice. If it's to move, run away because you're completely afraid unreasonably, that's a different story. Yeah, and that's just it. Um, um, I don't want to see everything erupt into violence, but I am gonna tell you this: you do have these people that think it's funny trolling people online and all this other kind of stuff. That eventually the check comes due, and those people that you taunted and made fun of and broke their balls, or like, I get it. If you're a funny troll, I'm all right with you. If you're a dumb troll, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. Look, they're triggered now. They're all upset. Yeah, no. But if you can come in and be funny, all right, cool. Bet we can be friends. We can be cool. But if you're gonna come in and just be that troll, that derp troll, it's like, motherfucker, get out from behind your keyboard. You know, hey, let's meet up somewhere and let's knuckle up. Let's see what you got. Just show me. I'm an old ass man with a broken back. My hands don't even work right. Show me what you got. Won't happen. And don't hit me with this shit of, well, me and my friends will. What do you need your friends for, Slick? I'm a broke down old ass man. What do you need your friends for? What do you need a weapon for? Get your hands up. Show me what you got. Just sit there and going. I mean, that's part of the problem though, is Ian, and it's something that happened with a more modern generation that, well, and maybe this is the whole hard times make hard men, right? And then hard men make soft times make soft men make hard times, right? Or what is it? Hard men make hard times, or no, hard times make hard men make good times make soft men make hard times, right? As time's gone, the penchant for violence has gone down, in my opinion. Like, everybody thinks it's gone up. Now, maybe politically, the violence is up. But when it comes to just violence in general, I really do feel like reality violence, not like, oh, we play video games and Call of Duty and all this other kind of stuff, but actual, like, real world. I was walking down the street with my pal Billy, and Billy, caught two to the chest, and I had to like use my credit card to close up the sucking chest wound that he had, kind of deal. It doesn't happen as much. So when it does happen, I think more people are taken aback or aghast by it than back in the day. Rebel, I actually like that sentiment, and Beans, I like that sentiment as well. And you're not wrong. Like, what was it? God created man, or God kills dinosaurs. God creates man. Man creates dinosaurs. But yeah, all the that is one of those things with Jurassic Park that never made sense to me. Well, actually, no, it does kind of make sense. Let me take that back. I was going to say, why would they make all the dinosaurs female? And I was like, oh, because they, can reproduce the eggs, so this way they can artificially fertilize them and create more dinosaurs for their park. But yeah, at first I'm just like, why would you make them female? Because they can produce eggs. And then, if Alex Jones happens to be somewhere in the area, he's going to drop some chemicals in the water, turn one of them gay, and then, now we got more dinosaurs. So I like that idea, and I've been experimenting here and there, Ian, where I've been trying to get it where. So last night, for example, it was Smurf, Danny, and myself. The only problem I have with everybody in like that campfire setting, which is cool, but the only issue you run into is people will overtalk other people by accident. Like Smurf's gotten to a point with me where if I start talking or whatever, he'll stop talking. Danny's gotten to that point too where he's starting to figure out, like, oh, okay, you're saying something, I got to stop talking. I'm saying something, you've got to stop talking. It's rough because sometimes you'll get a little bit of a delay in the internet thing. So you could have one person explaining something, the other person talking, and then all of a sudden everybody's talking over each other and nobody can understand a fucking thing anybody's saying. Yeah, I mean, we experimented with it last night. We've also had it where it was myself, David, and Smurf, where David will come in and call one either Smurf or me a dickhead or a geezer, and then be like that is all, and then jump out. But you have to. There's got to be like if I'm talking to Danny, I like just having a conversation one on one with people, right? Doing the multiple person thing at that point, you have to be careful because you can overrun each other. That's one of the reasons why I don't watch Friday Night Tights. They start talking over each other all the time, or it sounds like a gaggle of geese. Yep, there you go. Mister said it. Hate to be the Debbie Downer on this one, basically, but yeah, Mister's right. Like, thank you, Mister, and it's always good. It's always a pleasure to see you, brother. But yeah, it's like if you can pass the token to each other and have those that's one of those problems with if you watch Piers Morgan. A lot of times you'll see his guests, like, granted, they're trying to interrupt each other and shit like this, but sometimes they're not trying to interrupt each other, and because of the delay, it screws them up. Yeah. And you're right, mister. Like the whole thing is when you're talking to somebody else, again, like Danny and I, conversations Danny and I have had, Smurf's gotten good at it. David's gotten good at it. It's like as soon as I hear David start speaking, for example, or Danny, or I'll cut myself off. But there's still times where Danny will be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, game. I didn't realize," and it's like, "No, brother, go ahead, finish." Because I'll think he's done speaking and then start to jump in and we start to overtalk each other. You don't want that. And when the more people you add, the more commonplace that's going to happen, unless you have, like, yeah, a stick. I've got the stick of talking now. I've got the conch shell. You're right, mister. But the only problem is you get somebody who is talking, 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 and everybody else is silent while they're doing it, and nobody else adds to the conversation. You can have that happen too. I mean, if you guys want to try that, I mean, who all wants to try that and want to hear how that sounds? Because I can turn on the Discord. It'll take a minute or two for it to fire up. I'll silence my mic and I'll let you guys have a conversation. The other thing I'd love to do, and this won't ever happen, but this is one of those things I thought would have been cool, is if we did have people that were left leaning, like, really disagreed, having both of them into the voice, and then I would just moderate it. Like I would just jump in and be like, "Oh, okay, hold on, your time's up. You got to stop, brother." Dude, it's everything's worth trying, man. But like I said, I do have a fear. I can see, like Mister said, I've seen enough group calls go off the rails, or where you have a lot of people on a panel all trying to talk, and then somebody will, even if let's say I make a point, and then everybody tries answering at the same time, like it's just that's why I try to stick to the one-on-ones, because E-Rock actually said it, like, hey man, everybody jump into the voice chat, everybody, and all that stuff. While he was in there, I was like, man, I try to keep this shit one-on-one for a reason, because there's people that start talking over each other. But it's worth a try. If you guys want to try it, maybe we'll do it. I do this. We could try it tonight if everybody wanted to do it, or tomorrow night I do the gaming stream. So it's not really that important, right? And we can try it there and see if you guys can do it or get away with it. Because especially when it comes to and the reason I know this is because when we were playing games like Atlas, you would have 25, 30 of us all in one party on Discord, all having, like calling out tactics to one another. And every time it would be, okay, you take your group and go to a different chat. We're going to coordinate with this group. And then this other group is going to break off in their own chat, because everybody was just always talking over each other. So it devolves. Like you'd be shocked at how quick it devolves, but it's worth a shot. Like if you guys wanted to try it, you just got to be respectful to each other and all that kind of stuff, and give that open lane for conversation. Yeah, like Ian's all about it, like rock and rolling right now. Um, I'm not seeing too many hands go up, Ian. No, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm offering, but I can only do what I'm going to do. Out of nowhere, all we hear is beep, 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 beep. What's Mister saying? Quick, somebody translate that. Mister said, "I like, like big dots, and I cannot lie." I respect most. I can't say all. It's never all. There's some people that I've had conversations with where, and I'm not saying on the internet, I mean on like Xbox Live, where I've gotten into a conversation with somebody, and at first it starts out okay, and then this shit will devolve sometimes, and I'm just like, oh god, what did I get myself into? Yeah, Ian's calling everybody out, like who's all in. I mean, if it doesn't happen tonight, Ian, that's fine. There's always a next time. Um, like I said, even tonight, I didn't think I was going to get on. Speaking of which, you guys discuss that. I'm going to grab more coffee. I'll be right back. I risked it. I put cream in the coffee. Suddenly, you hear me start screaming, and the mic gets left on, and you just hear like what sounds like a nuclear explosion. It's because the shit spear has hit me. Uh oh, our roving reporter's got something. Oh, Raja Jackson, they finally took him into custody. I would show you guys that beaten, but I would be taken off YouTube immediately. Wow. So they did. So somebody had said that they were building the case and they would be filing felony charges, but the detectives in LA apparently work very slow. And you're right, Ian. It's definitely so. Like Danny, I've said this to a bunch of people that having a conversation with somebody, right? Like me being able to actually physically talk to them, it's way different than any chat can ever be because in chat, you can edit what you're saying. You can delete whatever you said and retype it real fast because, oh, that didn't come out right or whatever. When you're talking, it's those little inflections where if you're making a joke, somebody can catch that you're making a joke. Like there's times where, and yeah, I'm not gonna say like this person or that person, but there's definitely been times where there's misunderstandings where I'll read something in chat and be like, "That was a fucking joke, idiot." You know what I mean? Like later on when I start going like, "What the fuck?" Like why would you say that? Like, dude, that was a joke. Like, oh, because you can't tell somebody's inflection. You can't. You're not interacting with the person. You are taking it to a next level, Ian. So I agree. Yeah, mister. That's the failed MMA fighter that beat up the other wrestler, Rampage Jackson's son. The a matter of fact, Raja Jackson, the the beating he threw on that wrestler from the shots he got in on him, he almost killed the wrestler because he knocked out a bunch of the wrestlers like pretty much half of his teeth roundabouts, and from the blood in his teeth getting caught in his throat, almost choked him to death. Ian, I'm not the one you got to convince. You got to convince them. Animals belong in the zoo. Yeah, I mean, like you can't do that. Like it's wrestling for God's sakes. You can't go doing going ham and thinking people are hell. Even other wrestlers. There's one time that one I will get copyright strike guaranteed. Like it's bad enough once this stream's done. I'm gonna have to go back and look at my copyright and see if I'm gonna get claimed on the video or anything like that, and edit footage out after the fact. Which means we will lose the chat replay, which is not good for people like Stranded. Shout out to her who will probably watch it tomorrow, right? But yeah, I can't show like WWE. If you show any kind of video with them and you're not all about promoting their product, they will slam the hell out of you with copyright strikes. Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, so there, right, but there's, yeah, you're right, mister, to an extent. Like, there's being disrespected. Here you go. How do you react? You're out with a girl on a date, and somebody, starts making fun of her. Do you defend her with your words? Do you punch the guy in the mouth? Do you, how would you handle it? So for me, I would handle it with my words first, my fist second. That's just the way I do things. You know what I mean? Um, some guys, that's immediate. Like, yo, I'm gonna whoop that ass on you for saying something to my girl. So it depends. Like, it's sometimes I get it, but if somebody's just talking smack to you, well, have a better line of smack to talk back. That's all. Like, people are like, right now, especially right now, like this moment in time, it's not a good moment in time to be messing with anybody on either side. People are amped up. I think people on the left are amped up, poking a bear and getting ready for that beating or whatever. So they're overcompensating, and then people on the right are just furious, pissed off, and have had enough of being poked, and they're ready to go off. So this is not a good time for anybody to be fucking with anybody else. Yeah, Wu Tang Clan ain't nothing to f with. You're not wrong. Um, Somebody that should actually get a shout out, celebrity wise, that I saw their reaction and listened to it, was Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis has, I want to say it's her daughter is trans, maybe her granddaughter. I don't know. It's either her daughter or her granddaughter is trans. And she was actually distraught at Charlie Kirk's death. And she said, I thought on a spiritual level he was a good man, blah, 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 blah. Even though I didn't agree a lick with what he had to say. She's like, but on a whole nother level. And like, shout out to Jamie Lee Curtis. She honestly didn't have to come out and say all that. She could have just shut the fuck up on it. Nah, I mean, there's acting, and trust me, I've seen enough Jamie Lee Curtis to know that the older she's gotten, the worse her acting's gotten, not better. It wasn't acting. She was being honest. What the fuck? I just realized something. There it goes. I was like, my chat on the screen's frozen. Man, what's this True Lies nonsense? No, Trading Places. There's one movie with Jamie Lee Curtis. She was only ever in one movie. It was called Trading Places. Well, two, Halloween. Laurie Strode in Halloween. One of the oldest of the final girls for 80s slashers, 70s 80s slashers, I should say. Mister, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. She was Trading Places. I love that movie anyway because they got the message right in Trading Places. What's the best way to hurt rich people? Take away their money. Jugs, not drugs, huh? Well, jugs can be drugs. I know plenty of people that had an addiction to adult content, like an unhealthy one. Like, still blows my mind. I mean, like I said, two movies: Halloween, Trading Places. That's it. Like Jamie Lee Curtis. That was. If I had to sum up her career, a lot of people you can do that with though. Unfortunately, you can sum up their career with two movies. Okay, you guys, Ian, you want to come on and talk? I can fire that up. I think Ian wants group chat though. I don't think he wants to be solo one on one. I'll fire up Discord. I never saw Christmas with the Cranks. Just one my bag, I guess. I skipped that one for some reason. Mister. Mister would be interesting to have a conversation with one on one, especially if I'm going to discuss something that's like scientifically related. Like if we do a deep dive ever on, well, let it get a little bit closer, a little bit more information to come out. But like, I would love to hear Mister's thought on MI Atlas. I could believe that. I could see that. For me, my go-to when it comes to Christmas time is always Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and only because I've been that guy at retail on the other side of the counter. Like when he goes in, he's like, "I need the Turbo Man doll," and they're like, the two guys are like, "Yo, he needs a Turbo Man doll," and they start laughing and all that shit with each other. Like I've been that guy that's laughing at the customer, like, "Oh, you want a Nintendo Wii? Oh, no, just you and like everybody else, buddy." Yeah, see, like Ian's like he wants. That's just it. Ian doesn't want to come on and do like a conversation with me. He wants all of you guys in it. Yep, Die Hard and Lethal Weapon are both Christmas movies, guys. I mean, like I said, that's up to you guys. Let's see, Discord. Make sure I'm fired up. Fired up. Lord, you guys filled this shit up with memes, didn't you? Dear Lord. What the hell am I even looking at right now? You guys really blew this Discord up with some memes. Nice. Yeah, and there's Raja Jackson. That's such a shame, dude. That kid's done. What you guys got in this? Rock dropping tracks. Nice, nice, nice. Forever. It's like makes me feel bad you posted all the memes there when I put them in the meme channel. Purple Rain. What about Chocolate Rain? Mister's only a pervert, when the lights go out. He's a gentleman otherwise, I think. Allegedly. Can I use allegedly there, Sheree? Is that okay on this stream? If I define pervert for you guys, we'll be here for 2 hours. Off 2 sentences. Okay. Yes. Trying to keep Discord alive. I mean, the Discord. Sometimes it's going to go dead. You got to let it go dead. But I appreciate it. Sometimes things have to quiet down. Sometimes it's okay to have silence. It's like, if you're sitting there eating in a restaurant, laughing and goofing around with someone, and all of a sudden one of you lets out a fart, you should both just go silent for a little while and just let it sink in on what happened. It's okay. Dude, mister, that is the most perverted thing I've ever heard you say. Yeah, I mean, why do people always say that? It's always the quiet ones. So I'm guessing the loud, like chainsaw wielding maniac that's running down the street after you. Don't be worried about that guy. Just worry about the quiet one that's sitting there watching you. What do you mean? If I want silence, why have group chats? I'm not having a group chat. I'm having a conversation. Ian's the one who wanted group chats. Talk to him. The Discord's really just to keep everybody, like something happens or whatever, whoever, doesn't have to be me, can just react and you throw stuff out there. And, this way other people are informed of things going on, like the Raja Jackson thing. That was perfect. That was perfect. Or if you have artwork, share it, music, share it, that kind of stuff. It's pretty much what it was for. And Mr. Suggestion, which was crazy, so I had to scroll up to find it at one point because I was back reading or whatever. Mister's like, it's not my thing, but why don't you do a video game one? I'm like,
I never even thought about that. Good call, mister. So I added a video game channel too. Nah, you can post whatever. I don't give a shit. I was just saying, like, it was hysterical because Forever's like, damn it, I obey the rules and I post in the meme channel. It's like, it was great the way he said it. Because it was like 3 pages of memes. I'm like, when the hell did this even get here? Like, I must not have been on Discord recently, or no, I was just on Discord. Like, you fired off memes like you must have had like a meme Gatling gun that you had loaded and ready to rock and roll, and it was just like, and that's fine. You can. I'm not mad. I'm like laughing. I thought it was funny. It's called a joke. We laugh at jokes. Yeah, see, like Rebels, like we should have put those all in the dank memes. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit. I honestly, guys, I don't care. I'm teasing. It was a funny joke that Forever made. Relax, relax. Yeah, like, I mean, that's just it. If it's like, if it was that big of a deal, right? Look, if something's like a huge, huge deal, like, oh shit, like you just posted, God, I don't even know, because we pretty much just throw everything in there. But if it was like a super big deal or some kind of problem or whatever, then either Sheree or David would have been like, "Hey guys, you got to calm down with this," because they're the moderators. Or I would have said something like, "I think it's funny. I don't give a shit. Have fun. That's the point." If you can't enjoy shit, then what the hell's the point to it? Oh, good lord. It's like farts in jars. I mean, sometimes they're made to be opened. Yeah, that's it. You guys have gone too far. Six is offended now. Six isn't offended about anything. He wears skinny jeans for fuck's sake. He told us that. He finds nothing offensive. Well, Mister, I mean, you know what, Mister? You're kind of right there. Because if you fart in a jar, you don't know if you've caught it, right? But in a Ziploc bag, it's pretty obvious you've caught it. It'll blow up, right? Like a balloon. So you know what? That does make a lot more sense. It's like those that keep it to smell it. Like, ooh, uh, oh my god. Six was gonna make us skinny jeans. Damn it, Six. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your punchline, brother. Wait, Mister, when did you find religion? Yeah, GAM, though. You said it better. All right, fair. All right, cool. Still don't want to step on another man's punchline. Like that's just it. You gotta have some fun. But yeah, Rebel, the Raja Jackson thing. Anything else going on? Anything? Any craziness or? I mean, nowadays, like you could tell me aliens landed, I'd be like, okay, anything else? Because that's kind of normal at this point. Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm sure the battle on Twitter is probably epic right now. Got like, you got some interesting stuff going on. I'm waiting to see what happens with this whole designating. Like the one I saw, like that one post, and I think I clipped it and showed it, and it was all the guys from Predator like firing into the woods. And it was just like me and the boys in Seattle when we find out that Antifa's on the terrorist watch list. I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe somebody put that up. Like, yeah, they can definitely nail you for, possibly incitement to violence for that one. But I still, like, for some reason, when I saw it, I started chuckling. Like, I just started laughing. How many police officers got shot in Pennsylvania? I thought it was just the two. No way. The dude's going to So, Rebel, our roving reporter Rebel, comes in with Trump's attempted shooter is on trial right now and he's going to represent himself. Doesn't the old adage go, a man who represents himself is a fool, has a fool for a lawyer? Wow. Dear fucking God. You guys, I'm scrolling up. Oh, I'm still scrolling. Holy shit. I didn't even see this Garbage Pail Kids one. That's pretty fucking scary. Here we go. Continue, including stops at Utah State. Brothers testify about box left with them by man accused of trying to assassinate Trump. Assassinate Trump at a Florida golf course. Wow. Wow. Yeah, Rebel, you posted all kinds of craziness. That shit's still. As soon as I see the Raja Jackson picture, it's just like. I actually kind of blame Rampage Jackson for that shit too. Because apparently he's always told his son he's basically like a disappointment to him and he's a loser and a weakling and all that kind of shit. Yep. Thank you, Six. Six said it. That's what I was trying to quote, and like a retard, I said it like completely fucked up backwards and sideways in a mirror. So 5 cops got shot, 2 of them got killed. I thought it was just maybe because I saw 2 police officers, shot or what have you. Which are the 2 that died? It probably said 2 that died, but I had just seen that headline like real quick.
I mean, look, Rampage isn't right. Rampage isn't right. Rampage is right. His son does need to do jail time. He does need to. He does need to learn. Like you can't do shit like that, man. Like that's just not how this works anymore. You're young. You're full of piss and vinegar and anger, and actions do in fact have consequences to them. I paraphrased it, but I screwed it all up six. Like I said it all goofy. Oh, set that damn thing down up here. Cool. The other sign like glued up fine. Why is this one all fucked up? Yeah, like Rampage Jackson though apparently treats that kid like the world's biggest disappointment, I guess. Now, maybe it's just maybe he doesn't treat him like he's a disappointment. He's just trying to go the Mike Tyson route and amp him up so that he'll be a bigger, badder fighter when he gets into the octagon, for example. But I think that kid, unfortunately, with Raja Jackson, even if he becomes one of the greatest MMA fighters, nobody's going to want him in the ring because you still have to have some kind of control when you're in that environment, whether it be boxing, MMA, whatever. The ref tells you to break, you got to break. Ref tells you to stop, you got to stop. You can't, just go off and try and kill your opponent. That's bad form. You need to have that control even in the heat of battle. You've taken damage, you want to damage the other person, but you have to be able to stop. I mean, Mike Tyson in the joint. Mike Tyson, like, I think Mike Tyson was worse before he went to jail. All right, well, nah, he came out of jail and was all about the Nation of Islam when he came out, if I remember, which was weird because it was like a bad version of Muhammad Ali. I still wouldn't want to get hit by Mike Tyson. As old as he is, that man, like, I just remember watching him devastate people. Yeah, Roger Jackson, I think he might get killed in prison. If he actually goes to prison, I could see his attitude getting away from him beating up the wrong guy, and then them just prison shanking him. Like, oh, he can fight or whatever. You got to take this one down quick and just shank him. Kind of dark, I know, but I could definitely see it. Yeah, you're not wrong, Shirai. Nobody with any kind of sense wants to square up with Mike Tyson, even at his advanced age. I'd love to sit down and smoke weed with Mike Tyson. I think that would be fun as hell. Just, sitting there like, hey, pass me the joint, Mike. Here you go, man. Yeah, just hit it real nice and easy, okay? I'll beat you like I beat Robin Gibbons. I'll show you what. Yum, yum, yum. Yo, you better pass the munchies or else I'm gonna bite that ear off. I'm hungry. I'm ferocious. You can't mess with me. I always got a kick out of I want to say it was Damon Wayans used to stand up about Mike Tyson. He's like, you see Mike Tyson, you expect him to be like, yeah, so I destroyed my opponent in 3 rounds. He's like, instead he turns around and they're like, Mike, what's your favorite drink? Nestle's Quick, strawberry flavor. Um, so the whole thing is Mike is definitely past it. When it comes to actual like boxing or whatever, Mike Tyson, you can see it a lot when he was younger too. He gasses out kind of quick. And as he's gotten older, that he gasses out pretty fast. So like when he fought, who was it? Jake Paul, I think was the last fight. He was gassed going into the like the second round. Wasn't like an exhibition fight where it was like 3 round fight or whatever. Mike Tyson would have been fine. But when you go into a round or you start getting into those upper rounds, you're exhausted. It's a lot. And he's not 26-year-old Mike Tyson knocking the fuck out of people. He's not 22-year-old Mike Tyson knocking the fuck out of people. He's what? He's got to be like 60 now, right? It feels right, like maybe 58. Like I love Mike Tyson. I used to love watching him fight when I was a kid. I'm looking it up now. I got to see how old Mike Tyson is. What's Mike Tyson's age? Mike Tyson is 59 years old. Roy Jones Jr. was an amazing boxer. Um, and I mean, granted, he had to do it, but in my opinion, where he screwed himself up was when he went up in weight class. That because he had nobody else to fight or beat, so he had to go up in weight class. I understand that, but at the same point in time, I think that's where his legacy would have been indelible. He would have been like how we look at Floyd Mayweather now, you know, with his record and his fights and everything else. Say I hate Floyd Mayweather too, but to be honest with you, he's amazing because he gets out of the way of taking a beating. And with him, with Roy Jones, once he went up in weight class, I think that's where he lost a little something because he didn't have that speed anymore to do what he was doing when he was in his normal weight class. Like still one of my favorite boxing stories to ever cite. Um I want to say the guy's name was Griffith, but Roy Jones boxed and I want to say the dude's name's Griffin. It's either Griffin or Griffith. But they were boxing and they're going through it or whatever. Roy Jones caught him with a 2 piece and a biscuit. But when he caught him with the 2 piece, the dude like dropped to a knee and the biscuit followed through and he caught him. And his knee was touching the ground, so Roy Jones loses the fight. Like he gets disqualified and all that. Griffin went out on this because it was an automatic rematch clause or whatever for Roy Jones Jr. And Griffin went out and he started talking about, I told you I'd take the champ out. He ain't nothing. I clearly had that fight, won the whole, all this kind of shit. And Roy Jones was on HBO, I want to say. And Roy Jones was talking to, I don't know who the hell it was, but he's giving an interview and he's like, look, I boxed the guy the first time. I went real gentle with it. And I was going to let this guy go basically all the rounds if he could keep up with me. I wasn't trying to knock him out or anything else. I was just taking him to the end so he could say he went 12 rounds with the champ. But now he wanted to run his mouth. He wanted to talk all that smack, and I'm going after him this time. Like, I'm going to be serious with it this time. So the match starts, and Roy Jones beat the ever loving god out of him in the first round and won his belt back. And it's like one of my favorite stories because it's like, yeah, sometimes you need to shut the fuck up. Yeah, like Roy Jones, he's spectacular. He would do that thing where he would like take his right hand, start acting like he's winding up his right hand, and he'd have it down by his waist, and then throw the punch with his right hand and catch you square in the face. And you were just like, bro, he was like showing you he was going to throw that punch the entire time. How did you not get out of the way of it? He just had that speed in those hands. And like with Griffin, like that's just it. He never had Roy Jones. Like the fight card was fully in charge of Roy, in favor of Roy Jones. Like he had the fight won the entire time. But Griffin decided to run his mouth. Yeah, it was many years ago. When the hell did they fight? That's going to drive me nuts. I used to watch, like boxing was always the thing, and then the first UFCs when they came out, I was all about the UFC. That was when they didn't have rules, so like I'll never forget there was one dude, and I think his name was like Kim Joe or something like this, and he fought this other guy, and the guy just started punching him square in the nuts. Like they went to the ground, and it was like Bob KMIT with his kicks, except for this dude was doing it with punches and just like punched this guy in the nuts. I'm gonna say like a good 15 times. You'll talk if you want, and this is fucked up. What's fucked up? Like, I mean, if you want to come on here and talk, you can. Like, we're getting close to the end, brother. But if you want to come on and BS, you can. Let me see. Roy Jones Jr. versus Griffin. Montel Griffin is dude's name. And it happened back in 97 was the first one. Um, yep. 1997, Jones had his first professional loss, a disqualification against Montel Griffin at the Taj Mahal Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. So it was actually Roy Jones' first loss too. All right, so Ian, what you do is you go into Discord, and then you'll see there's voice channels on the left, and you go into the general chat, and then I can move you into the GS test chat. So I should be able to click on this. All right, I'm connected now.
Do I got double feedback or anything I shouldn't? Let me see. That's the audio input capture. Where the hell? Okay, yeah, I gotta turn this on. Should be able to hit that. And that should get us both capped. Why am I not getting an audio signal from that? That's not good. Go into general. Let's see if I can't get this shit working on my end. Works much better on my gaming one because it's actually set up for it. Media player. Yep. It should. I can just pull you into the GS test, which I got to change the name of that damn channel. Oh yeah, if you had pedos being fired into wood chippers, that's fantastic. That's kind of where it's at. Like I said, I don't advocate for violence, but yeah, not my favorite people. Oh, what time are we at? 1:15. Maybe it's getting near time to wind down, boys and girls. I was hoping that second cup of coffee was going to kick in and really wake me up. Instead, I'm dragging my nuts. I'm not seeing it. Discord's acting weird. Yeah, that's how you do it, though. You get into the general, and I can pull you into the GS test. I don't know what the deal is because it like the general is open for you guys. Do all right. Maybe I should explain this to everybody. So, like Bean Six, Mister Sheree, everybody who's watching currently, Ian. If ever there's a time where you guys want to have like some kind of conversation, you don't have to do it on the live stream on the internet. You can all get into the general chat and have conversations and stuff. Like if you want to discuss things with each other. Some conversations you may not want on a live chat or on the internet. You might want to have just an interpersonal conversation. You can do it right through Discord, right on that channel. Um, should I rename that? What do you think, Sheree? Should I rename that channel to something else too, so people know? Like, talk to each other or some shit. I don't know what to name it. I just always left it a general chat because everybody just kind of understood, but it's a bunch of gaming nerds. So, of course, we understood. The general chat's just general chat for everybody to talk in. I mean, I'm right there with you guys. Like, I appreciate every last one of you guys dropping in and hanging out, even though it's just me talking on a mic and not much excitement, you know. But yeah, I think maybe I need to start doing one inspirational video or showing off somebody who's inspirational in a video here and there. Rebel. That's awesome. If I wanted to talk to anybody, I would just I would have stayed in therapy. That's amazing. Oh, dear Lord. Rebel, you are the fucking man, dude. I'm thankful for all you guys too. As soon as I get off this shit, the first thing I'm doing is I'm gonna be doing some stretches and all that kind of stuff. See if I can't get shit to just loosen up a little bit more. My hands
are a little bit looser. Maybe it's the way I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up more erect. That's what she said. Um, but I still like. I gotta get. I gotta get them where they're stable, and it's just not happening. And I'm getting pissed about it because I do have that terrifying fear that eventually, if I do need surgery, um, like I don't know, that scares me more than anything else. At this point, it means that my life will be completely different going forward. Rub one out, it does wonders. I'm so old, I shoot dust now. Um, yeah, man, if that were the case, I would have been fine. Like, I'd just go in and wake the wife up real quick. That ain't helping, unfortunately, in this case. Master healer, Jesus Christ, Sheree. Great, now you guys have promoted Sheree. That's it. She was such a nice young lady when she first came into this channel, and now the corruption of the channel has gotten to her. See the ladder, else you must have had one hell of a night. Because, yeah. Yeah, Sheree, you're like, poor thing. I mean, practice does make perfect. Practice does make perfect. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You don't want to go in there with the gun loaded sometimes. Sometimes you need to empty the gun before you go out so you're thinking with clarity and not a mind of excitement, we'll say. Six says, ho, 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 ho. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, guys. I think it's time I take it down. Uh, go see if I can't do some kind of stretching, some kind of, I don't know. It's too late for fucking yoga. Maybe just do doorway stretching, all this kind of stuff, neck circles, all that kind of bullshit I got from doing rehab from the accident originally. I still do all those exercises. They help. I There's no getting well, but I'm going to stay crazy if that's all right. I'm just going to try not to hurt any more six. But thank you, I appreciate it. And Rebel, thank you for always keeping me up to date. Like seriously, brother, you fire off stuff that I'm like, damn, how did I miss this? How did I miss that? Or it's happening while I'm actually midstream, so I can react to it immediately. And I appreciate you for that one, man. And I did keep my promise. Like you fired off a couple news stories, and I went and immediately like went and checked them because I'm not missing out on anything you got to say from here on out, brother. So thank you very much. Thank you to Ian. Thank you to Beans. Thank you to Mister dropped in. Forever demonetized. Special shout out always to Stranded. Stranded, you are amazing. Thank you. Hopefully you have a great day at work and you don't break your ass too hard. You don't need a second crack in it. Shout out to the greatest mods on these internets, Miss Sheree. Sheree, you're an amazing person. Stay that way. Shout out to Mr. Rick James. Great dude. I appreciate the hell out of him too. I did not hear about that one, Rebel.
I'll look it up. I'll cover that tomorrow, I guess, and figure out what's up with it. But thank you guys. Thank you all so much. And sorry, I'm not much of an inspirational person. You know, guys like Patman QC that I showed earlier, that's inspirational. And hopefully I can put out more positive messages like that. I'll get back to painting Sunday. Tomorrow night will be gaming, just Gam by himself, gaming. Maybe I'll have discussions with, I don't know, Danny Boss, Rogue the Leap, whoever. Maybe even Ian if he's available. Who knows? We never know what's coming. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Everybody stay sexy and hang in there. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.